Hey, how's it going?
Your arm gets all weak. It always sits over there. We need to mix it up. Go wherever the heck you want there. You burned it.
That thing around. What's that? Move that thing around where we. Oh. It's nice.
Yeah,
Oh, I.
why will we have work meetings in the It's fulfilled for like 7 or 8 That one's empty. There's a work meeting room that's going to be done before the end of the year. Year and a half later. Is the Zoom? Is it?
Yeah. Got delivered last week, but it wasn't finished. It was just raw. It's got enough room for that one. It is.
Wednesday. Like next Wednesday. Consequences of your actions. Back or
What's that?
feel bad about the outcome right there.
Yes, So that's like 4 feet. Little, yeah, Travis is case.
No, I mean, like, I feel bad for. What are the girls up to? Oh, yeah. Is it good?
One of the few food places that likes to fix.
Really? I've only heard the Dean Spencer Bender yet. Oh, really?
But they're in the weeds. That's disappointing. Yeah, are you good on your end?
Recording in progress.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is the Provo Municipal Council, the Redevelopment Agency of Provo work session, 1 p.m. Tuesday, June 6, 2023. Meetings of the Municipal Council are being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person at Provo City Hall. I remind participants to limit side conversations and noise when not speaking to minimize potential for background noises and conversations be picked up, recorded, and broadcast. I'd like to recognize Councillor Ellsworth, Councillor Whipple, myself, Councillor McKay, and Councillor Shipley. The opening prayer will be by invitation. Today's prayer will be given by I will give it. Catrice McKay. Dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this day and we pray that we can be efficient in our meetings and that we can process and have our minds clear to ask the questions that we need to ask and to do our best by the citizens of Provo to be cognizant of their quality of life and what is needed for the city as a whole. And we say these things in Jesus Christ, amen. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called on by the chair. Number 1, a council discussion on ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding location of boats, recreational vehicles, and trailers, section 14.34.060. This is Citywide Application, and it will be presented by Abinadi, Senior Code Compliance Officer. Abinadi Borja. Did I say that correctly, Abinadi?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Council. Looks like this is one of my older presentations up there, so I apologize for not having the new one.
We'll
But
have the new one tonight. Oh, we're not doing it.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes,
Next time.
next time, yes. There are 3 main reasons why we wish to tackle this. Specifically, reason number 1 is to enforce equitably on all trailers. The current section of code just addresses boats, boat trailers, travel trailers, and that's it. So when we're out enforcing in the community and we see several trailers that do have boats, several trailers that do have RVs, but other properties that have utility trailers, for example, we've noticed that that has become an issue. A lot of people complain to us and we can't really do anything about it. So that's the first and main reason why we chose to tackle this and make some changes. The second reason was to allow for parking, specifically on certain sides of the property, meaning side yard, rear yard, front yard. So we were able to address what it has here compared to what you're seeing up there. We are allowing people to park on their driveways as long as they have, thank you, as long as they have
12.5.
yes, which is what we're calling like a setback. It's a standard that Public Works has already addressed. So we decided to meet those standards. So anything over 3 feet in height be parked behind on the driveway, 12.5 feet at least for that. So Planning Commission felt like that was needed. And so we addressed that and that's what we came up with. As you can see in this specific illustration, the front yard, the street side yards are areas that trailers in general may not park. The interior side yards, or on this illustration, just the side yard, and the rear yard are areas, including the driveways, are areas that trailers are allowed to park. So that's the second issue that we addressed. And the third issue is occupancy. A lot of people, especially during the COVID times, started allowing other people to park their RVs on their properties and allow them to live there. We have several of those properties right now that have occupancy concerns. So we do want to have people say, I come visit one of your homes and you allow me to stay. That is understandable. Families, inviting families or friends over to just temporarily stay in the RVs. So that's something that we are addressing as well. You can occupy your RV for a period of 7 days, not more, and then you can do it up to 30 days in the calendar year. So that's what we're addressing. The three things: parking, and general equitable enforcement for all trailers, and then just being allowed to occupy it temporarily. Do you have any questions?
I do.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Is there such a boat or trailer that is shorter than 3 feet in height?
Flatbeds usually are around that height, or
okay.
maybe a little shorter, and then just very small utility trailers.
I see. That's I assume for visibility, or like what's the
Yes.
difference between a tall trailer and a short trailer?
Yes, so with most people, when they pull into their driveway, they're pulling in instead of backing into the driveway. So when they're pulling out of the driveway, the safety concern is the people on the sidewalk, walking, pedestrians, or if there's no sidewalk, just traffic in general on the street. That was the main concern.
Can you go back to the image?
So for example, taking the property, the north property on this image, if a trailer is parked on the driveway and they have, let's just keep it simple, an RV, inside that 12.5 feet, if a car is right next to it, they're not going to be able to see one side when people are trying to back out.
Okay. Okay.
So that was the main concern and the reason why the setback was put.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fine. I also am partial to like simplicity because enforcement is easier and more equitable when there is simplicity. So I wonder if there shouldn't be this hatch, no parking for a boat trailer over 3 feet, or for less than 3 feet and over, yeah, whatever. I just wonder why we wouldn't kind of apply it more broadly so that it is more simple. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Part of the reason, so going back to the standard for public works, their clear vision triangle allows anything inside of it has to be 3 feet maximum height or less.
Yeah.
So we kept it at that as well.
Yeah.
And that's why we said 3 feet.
Okay. Yeah, that's my only complaint is the simplicity. It's easier for citizens to understand. It's easier for them to understand why and what and where and how, and it's easier to enforce, in my opinion. But thanks for answering that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Counselor Whipple.
So in some of the images in the packet, it looked like you were including like roll-on dumpsters and things like that as trailers. Is that right?
Roll-on dumpsters.
Yeah, I think one of the images looked like a dumpster that was in a driveway.
Utility trailer.
No,
So
not a
no.
utility trailer.
Could you, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I may have to pull it up too. I think I closed that document because I was going through everything in the packet. But those would still be allowed for the 7-day period while you're, cleaning out your house or things like that.
Right. A roll-off would be separate from a trailer.
Okay. If you're doing those or something like a pod or things like that, do you have to do those setbacks? Because some of these houses that you're getting these things into for work, especially in my neighborhood, there's not a setback area where it could be, right? It's either on the street or it's just right next to the street.
Right. And the setback is, again, for safety concerns. That was really, really, really brought up and mentioned back to us saying, hey, there has to be some sort of setback for that safety reason. We originally didn't want to have anything parked in the front yard, including the driveway. It came back. Then we said, we're going to open it up for anything to be parked on the driveway if it's in the front yard. And it came back to us saying there has to be some sort of safety issue, which we looked at before. And we were in agreement that has to be some sort of safety setback, but we didn't address it the second time. But Planning Commission said to a setback of some sort. So that's why that exists. And this is the original illustration that was drawn up before the digital one, just showing
Yeah.
the same thing.
The image that that's a utility trailer. Okay. It looks like it can dump. All right. I'm just thinking about this from the perspective of somebody who lives in the downtown area where we've got relatively small, narrow lots. I live on a corner. I don't have a side yard that's not a street side yard. There's like for my neighbor, there would be no place they could do anything, even if they needed to haul stuff out or things like that. Can there be allowance for a very short period of time, like 24, 72 hours?
Isn't that already on there that they can do it for 72 hours?
No, so that's different. So parking on the street, this is off street. On street is different. You can
Yeah.
park your trailer on street. And Sandy will be here presenting at a very future date concerning trailers on the street. But this is just specifically off street, and it only addresses trailers as far as height, as far as where they can park on the front or street side yard. Ultimately, our goal is to, if this goes through, our goal is to talk to each owner and saying, what is your purpose of having your trailer here? And how can we help you keep it at your property as long as you're abiding by the rules? We understand that neighborhoods like North Park, Dixon, Franklin, Mazer, Joaquin, those neighborhoods do not have big driveways. They weren't made like that back in the day. So a lot of people that do have trailers on the driveways, with this would have to place it in the side yard or rear yard. A lot of those properties have the sufficient space to move it on the side or rear yards. A lot of them don't. So it's just depending on what they need the trailer for and how we can help them out.
I guess this is the question. What if they're getting the roof redone and they have a dumpster out? Like they have a trailer dumpster, it'd be like that picture, like a big utility trailer just to get the old roof stuff on. Would that be an exception? They're going to have it for 3 days while they're re-roofing their house?
We'd work with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would work with them.
What you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I have two concerns. One is being able to have it there temporarily for necessary renovations, repairs, especially on these properties that are tight. And the second one is this will make it practically, as a matter of practice, impossible for many property owners to have a trailer or boat or anything on their property. So if they already have one, so they've already invested in that, they had been storing it on their property legally, and now we're changing it so they can't do that anymore. They either have to pay to park it in some sort of a lot someplace else. So we're imposing an additional cost on them that they were not anticipating when they made this purchase and were using their thing. And, or saying that because you live here, you just don't get to have that. And that makes me uncomfortable.
We're not making it more strict though. Like we're not, it's actually less strict.
It's actually less restrictive.
Yeah.
Yes,
So they just weren't obeying the law before.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a lot of libertarian minded people, and this is a real concern, right? To be able to use your property. I think most of them, well, is that true? Some of them would understand safety arguments about sightlines. But for a lot of the things that would be in a side yard, you're not creating sightline concerns.
The side yard or the street side yard? Because that's.
I'm sorry, the street side yard. Like if you have your RV parked parallel to your house in the street side yard, it's not a sideline concern.
Not really. No, the only reason why the street side yard is there is because we already have a code that doesn't allow for vehicles in general to park on the street side yard. So including the trailers, that's why it's there.
Yeah, I know. I live on a corner. I fought against, well, I personally had feelings of conflict about that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Abinadi.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize that we have Justin Harrison with us and Brian Jones in legal. Did he leave? He came, he went. We have the mayor, Michelle Kafusi, and Wayne Parker. All right, on to number 2, a discussion of an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding downtown parking in sections 14.21A.150 and 14.21B.140. This will be presented by Aaron Ardmore, our planning supervisor.
Okay, thank you, council. So this will be in front of you tonight. This is actually this code amendment is a solution to filling spaces downtown. So maybe I can just quickly go to this map. So these are the properties that this exemption would affect. Many of these properties haven't had off-street parking ever, or very limited parking. And we've recently run into a lot of trouble with changes of use on these properties. Different businesses wanted to come in and not being able to meet the parking standards. So this is a solution to that, is providing this exemption. We think it will benefit downtown. We think it will benefit the economy of Provo. There's plenty of off-street parking downtown, on-street parking downtown, that tenants of these businesses and customers of these businesses could use. So that is what is before you tonight. This one note to add to that is this wouldn't apply to new construction. So new construction would still have to provide the off-street parking spaces required for them. Any questions?
Councilor Whipple.
And to clarify, this is just for the commercial uses on those buildings, not for the little residential ones.
Well, it's for any use within the building. So some of them have second floors
Yeah.
where you can have residential use above a non-residential use in Center Street or University Ave. So as long as it's existing construction, then this would apply to those.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, a presentation regarding the Utah Local Technical Assistance Program, LTAP Concrete Report. And this will be presented by Gordon Haight, our Engineering Division Director, and we are excited about this one.
I can understand why you'd be excited. We're excited as well. No, maintenance is important. We've had a number of questions about sidewalk maintenance. This ties a lot into curb and gutter and handicap ramps. So that's kind of what we're going to be talking about, all three of those. Dave Mickelson is our engineer. He's been here about 5.5 years, and he puts together our program each year for replacement and repair of existing sidewalk, curb and gutter, and handicap ramps. And so he's going to give a brief PowerPoint presentation, then we're going to answer your questions.
Hi, thank you. So on this presentation, I'm going to go over the LTAP overview, just kind of what the study was, what they looked at. I'll
Okay,
briefly.
can I clarify something real quick?
Yes,
So you're a Provo City employee,
yes, I am.
correct?
Yeah.
And LTAP was the consultant that we used for this study.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yes.
Utah State University,
That's where
shout
they're-
out by Shannon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where they're housed. So yeah, I'll go over their study just briefly. I'll talk about missing sidewalks in the city, as well as what LTAP found on existing sidewalks and conditions, our project plan process, how we decide what to do and when to do it. And then finally, we'll go over budgeting. So LTAP, the purpose of the LTAP study was to provide our budget estimates and suggested priorities for proper sidewalk maintenance, obstruction removal, and accessibility ramps. They surveyed over 155 miles of existing sidewalk and found that you can see in those 4 categories that there are about 9,200 repairs that need to be done in our sidewalks. And that's roughly, if you do the math, it's about every 90 feet. There's going to be some sort of distress in the sidewalks. So there's quite a bit of repair that needs to be done. ADA ramps, there's about 5,100 crossing locations within the city. 50% of those have proper ADA improvements. The other 50% either are missing them altogether or have insufficient ADA infrastructure. Obstructions, I'm not going to talk too much on this one. This one kind of goes into more zoning issues, but I will briefly touch on what that is. And then again, missing sidewalk. There's about 88 miles of sidewalk in the city that have not been installed along Provo-owned roads. So going into missing sidewalk, 88 miles equals about 1/3 of the city. As you can see on this map, quite a bit of the city doesn't have sidewalk. I wanted to touch on this. It's not necessarily in our maintenance repair projects. This is something that's going to be needing capital projects to be able to accomplish. Our estimates, taking into consideration curb and gutter, storm drain, property acquisition, utility conflicts, paving, other things like that. We estimate to install these sidewalks in the city will be nearly $200 million or more based on today's prices. That's why we don't want to spend too much time on this because 200 million seems a little daunting. So moving into what LTAP found, our existing sidewalk conditions here, for the most part, are good. This map here, they didn't include this in the report, but this is something they provided us in our data that we got from them, taking an average of what types of distresses on each block face, I believe is what they did. And they gave a color coding to those sidewalks. And for the most part, our sidewalks are in good condition. We do have 9,200 sidewalk distress points in the city, but that ranges from trip hazards to missing sections to broken, I'm sure to spalling, sagging, kind of things like that. Obstructions, they looked at these, those included mailboxes, trees, things that overhang into the sidewalk, landscaping materials. I don't necessarily think those are the main issues that we're looking at with this report, but they included those as part of it. And then again, in ADA ramps, there's about 5,100 crossing locations that we're looking at. So for the repair of the 9,200 instances of damage in our sidewalks, about 60% are vertical separations or trip hazards. ADA defines those anywhere from 1/4 inch to 2 inches, obviously more, still a trip hazard, but we can repair trip hazards anywhere from 1/4 inch to 2 inches. That's the sweet spot. We can usually grind those or lift them, and it's a pretty inexpensive repair. The other types of distresses that make up 40%, spalling, cracks, horizontal separation, holes in the sidewalk or sagging the sidewalk has to be removed and replaced. And that is nearly 12 to 14 times the cost of our trip hazard repairs. One thing that LTAP didn't look at this in this report is curb and gutter. And oftentimes the damage on the sidewalk is reflected into our curb and gutter, especially if it's combo, right? If the sidewalk's right behind the curb and gutter, a lot of times that damage is reflected into it. And so we have to take those repairs into consideration while we're fixing the sidewalk. ADA ramps, you can see on that picture on the left that our ADA ramps that meet standard have the warning panels, they have the correct slopes, the grades. The one on the right obviously is missing. So those would have to be installed. The ADA ramps that are from usually the older neighborhoods that don't have the ADA panels, those also have to be brought up to the current standard. And that's where we get about 50% are missing or incomplete ADA ramps. And from that map, you can see where those locations are. We have downtown and in the block system, we have a pretty good system of ADA ramps, but there's still quite a bit missing in the city.
Can I ask you a question about ramps?
Yes.
They used to install ADA ramps kind of like diagonally, like one per corner.
Yeah.
But the protocol now or the procedure standards now is to have two that are facing the sidewalk or the crosswalk, right?
Yeah. So that picture on the left, that's typically what we'll do in our new subdivisions.
Right.
But in our older ones, we'll still have the one
Yeah.
to make whatever we have work.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
But on, let's piggyback on that. If you have one that's the old school ones, are you counting them as being present as an ADA ramp, or is that counted as an incomplete missing ADA ramp?
Is counted as an incomplete
Okay.
ADA ramp. Yeah, because it doesn't meet current standards.
So we might look a little better than this chart.
Yes.
Slightly.
Yeah, very slightly.
I have one quick question about
Yeah.
those two. When did we start installing the ADA ramps?
That's a good question. I know we've been doing it for a number of years, at least 5 from the data that I'll show later in this presentation. I'm not sure when exactly we started that, but it is, so going forward, any new developments or anything like that will require to put in ADA ramps. So this number is not going to grow. It will always shrink, but I don't know when we first started that.
But if we started 5 years ago and we've replaced half of them, then that actually sounds decent.
Well, I would say that we haven't replaced half of them. Some of those are from development.
Yeah, well, all of the ones
Still good.
in downtown, like in Joaquin or Mazer, you don't have new developments going in that are
Right.
doing new sidewalks.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
One thing I have noticed is you are doing it around the city. They're doing it around my neighborhood right now, just ADA ramps.
Mhm.
So what is that money coming from? Is that coming from the 500,000 that we do in sidewalks a year?
Yeah.
So is that a new thing that you've added, doing certain parts of the city like you do with this sidewalk replacement and road repaving?
Mhm. Yeah. So if we go to this next slide, I'll talk about that. I'll address that question.
Thank you.
No. So how we plan what we're doing and what we include in that $500,000 that we have for our budget. We do look at our future projects. So this is something that I'm shifting. So I've been running these projects for 2 years now, and we're shifting this where we're trying to get all the concrete in one project. We feel like we're going to get a better product and a better price if we do that. And so how we're planning our sidewalk replacement, I'll say concrete replacement because that's kind of what it entails. We look at our future road rehab projects. Where are we going to be overlaying? Where are we going to be addressing those streets? And we take into consideration ADA concrete improvements and repairs needed along those proposed roads and in the surrounding area. We then go through our own database and the LTAP data to look for the major repairs. What's high priority? What's preventing pedestrians from traveling safely? And those are looked at on those project roads as well as the surrounding area. We look at the location of damage. So if it's on a school route, high traffic routes, disabled citizens, reports, all those receive higher priority than other locations. We look at the severity of damage. So a sidewalk that's completely spalled and is impassable is going to get a higher rate of completion than something that's just aesthetic. So if a concrete slab is just broken, it's likely to not get fixed with this project, for the next year. We take all that, we estimate it, we quantify it, and we bid that out. And depending on pricing, sometimes our bids come in higher, sometimes they come in lower. We're able to add or have to take away from our projects each year. So for ADA ramps, anything that we're doing for our road rehab, where we're milling and overlaying, it's required by state law to update those facilities. And so we've included ADA ramps. It's not, I say 5 years, it's probably been longer than that. As long as we've been doing road rehab, we've been replacing them. There's been a push recently to do more of them to try to meet that code. And so we try to balance that $500,000 between sidewalk, curb and gutter, and ADA ramps, and try to do as much as we can with that amount. Any questions on this process?
As I've been watching it, I noticed it's quite time consuming.
Yeah.
Like I've seen, they have to tear up quite a bit. It's time consuming with multiple employees or people working on it.
Correct.
Councilor Whipple?
Yeah, so I have in my neighborhood 2 different neighbors who are in wheelchairs. So if I want my vertical offset fixed, do I call and say they live here, or do I have them call?
Yes, you can both call it. And this is kind of where the balance comes from, because we have a large city and we try to prioritize. And so that's the thing is, yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah, because it's actually something that comes up quite a bit, where we have people who just can't, they have to plan their routes that are indirect because they can't go through the direct sidewalk because of the problems.
Right. And trip hazards are one of those things that we can balance a little bit better with. We have a lifting company that we hire every year, and those we can respond to a little bit better. If they're broken sidewalk, it's a little bit trickier. We put them on a list and we manage those, and we get to them as funding allows and as our projects allow. Trip hazards are a lot easier to manage.
I want to ask about the list.
Councilor Whipple?
Okay, so this list, somebody calls, they tell you about an issue and they get told they're on a list. This feels like being put into a black hole with your request.
It can feel that way, I do admit. We manage it through our GIS, so we have data fields that we manage. My project manager, who works under me, he goes out and checks every one of those calls or POBs that are called in and documents every single one of them. And so putting it on the list does kind of feel like a black hole. We do work on those as best we can, right? As we're going through this process, we try to hit as many of those citizen call-ins first, and then try to fix the other issues around that. But we do prioritize the citizen calls in those areas that we're working first.
But the thing that I can tell people, though, is that it is a real list. They're on a database somewhere. It just hasn't been taken and filed in a trash can.
Correct.
Okay.
It is a real list, and it's actively, we look at it on the daily basis. We're very aware of it.
That's a comfort. That's good to know.
Good.
We never thought you put it in the trash can. We just want the public to know that.
Fair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're better than that.
Okay, I do have a question. So a couple just moved in a couple doors down from me, and they have an adult wheelchair bound son. And we live in an old neighborhood where we don't have park strips, and we have 4 feet sidewalks. Is that the old one?
Yeah.
And we have the mailboxes on the sidewalk. So they can't go on any of our sidewalks. They have to go on the road always because the mailbox is in the way. That's just something I'd never thought of before in my life.
Yeah.
But when I think about the miles of sidewalk that would include, and I assume we don't even have control over what the post office does, right? I mean, don't they set, and then we have a park strip, then it's okay, right? Because it's on the park strip.
Yeah. So I met with the post office a number of months ago to bring up this issue because of the data points that we got, I think it's like we have 650 conflicts with mailboxes in the city, which is
Is that it?
Yeah, which is
Okay, I thought it would be way higher.
Yeah, that's So
That's my whole neighborhood.
yeah,
But there's more than mailboxes in the sidewalk. There's like power poles, there's power utility
Yeah.
boxes, like a lot of things obstructing.
there's a lot of conflicts that we have,
Yeah.
especially in the older neighborhoods with that sidewalk. So meeting with the post office specifically, their standard is to have the mailbox right behind the curb and gutter.
Mhm.
And so it's kind of a larger discussion of we can work with the post office to put in like CBUs. But that's going to be a lot more effort with the city, working with citizens and the post office to say, hey, we know we love your, nice stone mailbox, but we're going to put you, over here in this CBU. So it's kind of a finer balance that we're going to have to work out. And that's going to be a little bit longer of a process to fix those issues. We're definitely aware of that. And talking to the post office, they're kind of like, well, that's our standard. So you guys figure it out. Which I think we can work with the post office. Carmen, the postmaster, is, I've worked with her before and we can probably figure something else on that. But you're right. It does pose a huge issue in those neighborhoods that have that. So.
Counselor Whipple.
How much latitude do we have to impose design standards on mailboxes? Like, could we get these nice little flat ones that don't stick back into the sidewalk? Because I know the post office has standards for what they will actually put mail into. But do we have flexibility there?
I'm not sure on that. It's a
Okay.
good question. Yeah.
So just briefly, so all new ones require the gang boxes. So we're not letting any more of those get put in. So the ones that are existing are grandfathered, and tearing those out would be a little bit painful if we want to go that route. So it's a resident public relation thing to do that.
So you're saying all new development has the big boxes that are all shared?
The post office no longer brings you mail. They want to go to gang boxes. And so that's their requirement for us to have new developments. That's how we do everything.
Do you say gang boxes?
It's a gang of
Yes, okay.
boxes.
So it is. So it is the one box idea. So that is standard for now on, unless
That's what
obviously
everybody does.
it's one house. If it's one house developing one lot, it would be one mailbox. Right? Okay. You're being very patient with us.
That's why I'm here. So I wanted to present this. I know I'm going to get some questions on this, but this is our last 5 years of data on our concrete replacement. I do want to caveat this. This is just the metrics for curb and gutter, sidewalk, and ADA ramps. I will bring this up again in budgeting, but our projects don't just end with those. There's a lot of other incidentals that we have to have included in our project. So keep that in mind as we look at these total numbers. So curb and gutter over the years, our cost has increased. So this is a weird 5 years to look at. With COVID in 2020, we had a material shortage in 2021. Concrete was on a low. A lot of plants they didn't have fly ash and there was shipping costs that increased. So we saw that in 2021 and 2022, we saw the tail end of that. This year, we're actually seeing prices come back to a normal, rate or price that we're seeing each year. And so these graphs are kind of showing that each year we're trying to balance. So if you look at 2020, we did a lot less sidewalk that year, a lot more curb and gutter. And so that's the kind of balance. There was a lot more need for curb and gutter fix that year. So we focused on that rather than sidewalk and ADA ramps. But then if you look at the 2022 numbers, we did a significant amount of sidewalk and ADA ramps. We did, I think it's 115 ADA ramps last year. And so between these costs and these, this is what we look at to track and to measure how much we're doing each year to try to get as much done as we can. The totals in the bottom, those are the cost for each of these metrics totaled. So we have 500,000 each year. We try to stick to that. 2022, we went over. I wanted to point out that extra money we take from our road rehab project to cover that sidewalk cost, which is unfortunate, but that's where the money's coming from. So any questions on this?
And these are the fiscal years?
These are calendar years.
These are calendar years.
Mhm.
So the 2023 numbers are still going to go up.
Yeah, so these are based on what we bid out. These could go up these could be down, but these are probably within 5 to 10% of what we'll actually do this year.
Okay, so the 23-year numbers are projections, not just work completed to this point.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we have other questions?
Come on, Shipley.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so LTAP in their report, that's why I included this slide, is these are the numbers that LTAP gave us based on their projection. So their repair estimates were based on concrete costs to just place new material, grind, or lift. They didn't take into consideration, like I have below, traffic control, mobilization, removals, landscaping, curb walls, drive approaches, paving, and there's other construction items that are included in these projects. So it's not as straightforward as let's replace sidewalk. There's a lot more things that go into it. Again, LTAP ADA estimates, this was based on the price to remove and replace. So they capture a little bit better than the sidewalk damage. So you can see the sidewalk damage, their estimate was about $1 million to fix everything that we have currently, about $10 million to replace or construct new ADA ramps in the city. I went through and I estimated based on current pricing and including a lot more of those items that were excluded from the LTAP's data. And this is what we feel is more accurate numbers. So $4.5 million to repair the existing damage that we have today and 15.5 to do the ADA ramps. This includes those extra costs and are based on current pricing. This doesn't take into account that we may see another shortage, inflation happens, we have increases in transportation, whatever it may be, as well as damage happens every year to our sidewalks. So this is just capturing what's existing currently, not accounting for anything new. So this slide shows both the LTAP estimate and our estimate and how long it would be to fix everything that we currently have in the city based on our current budget and if we were to increase that. As you can see, it would take about, my estimate, about 40 years to fix all of the damage and ADA ramps that are in the city currently today. We do about 2.5 to 4.5% of work each year with the $500,000 that we have. If we increase that, the years go down, the percentage goes up. So I wanted to just read that. LTAP concludes that in the report that it is recommended that budgets should be projected to complete the projects over the next 10 years. Additionally, annual budgets should be considered. Project tracking should help to establish whether budget projections are adequate. Increasing the budget will help the time it will take to repair the existing damage in the city. However, like I said before, there's other things that come up that may increase that cost and reduce the amount that we're actually replacing. One option would be to do incremental increases each year to help offset those while still eating away at those damages. And then last thing was that those new sidewalks that are missing in the city should be considered from different funding sources and are not part of this maintenance or repair. So, and that is everything that I have for you.
If we were to give you $16 million right now, how long would it take to get it done though? Like you just don't have the manpower and the materials to do all of it.
If I was to be given $60 million today, I would put out 4 different projects. I would separate the city out and bid it out to 4 different contractors and get in the best work that we have. We have 4 or 5 different contractors that we really like for sidewalk. I'd bring them all in and we'd get to work. And we would do a quarter of the city for each project and we'd manage it. And that's what we would do.
Yeah, I mean, I know when they redid Third South, when UDOT did that, they had Knife River and then they had a subcontractor doing the concrete and some of that is falling and everything. So you've got a list of the good ones and the ones that you don't want to use ever again?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't have $16 million, unfortunately. You probably knew that. I really appreciate that you've been doing the 500 million every year and trying.
500,000.
500,000, sorry.
That would be a lot of sidewalk.
But what do you think would be a prudent amount to not be kind of falling behind? You know, I've got your numbers here, but considering other projects that you have to do, other considerations within your department.
Okay, really quick on that numbers thing that Rachel mentioned. I noticed that, so it mentions like 110 to 130 per linear foot of sidewalk or something. Was that the price? Is it by linear foot? I just remember the price, 110 to 1, okay.
Yeah.
But then they LTAP
Yeah.
use 450 per linear foot. And they say they're considering curb and gutter, property acquisition, utility conflicts, mailbox relocation, and something else I can't spell. Or read. But so my question is, they're being generous in covering, making sure they have the costs covered.
Yeah, so I believe you're referring to this slide here. So this is our estimates. This is my estimate that I put together considering all those costs. And so it is generous, but this is more accurate to what I'm seeing in our projects
Really?
than what LTAP is showing on this previous slide of just replacement costs.
So it's that dramatic of a difference.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into replacing sidewalk. If I pull out a panel in front of your yard, I'm gonna have to replace sprinklers, I'll have to do landscaping. I may have to get into driveways, might be a mailbox. There's a lot of things that go into a project. I'll have to pay for all their equipment to mobilize there. So that's the thing is 500,000, it seems like a lot of money for sidewalk, and it is. But and that's why we try to localize our projects so that we get a better price. Because if I can have a contractor go to one location and do 20 spots rather than 20 spots through the same city or throughout the city, it's the same price, right? For a whole project, 20 locations throughout the city is going to cost me the same as doing 50 in one location.
Okay, that is a crazy price.
It is.
What was my other question on that? Shoot, I had another one. Oh, curb and gutter.
Yeah.
So I had a citizen say, hey, why do we care about curb and gutter? They've been going for years without curb and gutter in these places. So is it really important? I'd like a response to that.
I think it is important.
I'm sorry, like the idea that it goes down to the gutter, like that it has to drain.
Yeah. So capturing the stormwater is part of our code. It's also state code to capture that and to convey that to appropriate water or bodies of water.
So we can blame the state.
Right, we can. So capturing that, it prevents a lot of damage, right? Like you're preventing a lot of water from going onto citizens' private property. Capturing in the curb and gutter allows that to be handled correctly rather than just allowing it to do damage to our roads, do our damage to sidewalks. Water is a lot of powerful things, and that's why we consider replacing that when we do the sidewalks. Because if it's broken up and ponding or holding water, that just does damage to our road and to the sidewalk, and it has to be fixed in order to
Long-term
prevent
doesn't make
that.
sense.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Whipple.
Do you have priority for the old irrigation gutters where your car will 100% get stuck in those? The channels?
Those are a tricky one, and those typically fall into capital projects just because you have to do a lot of work behind the curb and gutter, or you have to reprofile the roads. And so that's something that is considered with our major projects.
So that falls more as a street issue than a sidewalk issue. But if you're doing it to the street, then the sidewalks can get a little shine at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. But they didn't answer. What's your number? What would you like
Oh,
as a
for
reasonable thing,
an
balancing
annual
all of your
budget number?
concerns? Yeah, yeah.
Before
We're looking
we-
at budgets right now.
Yeah, I think,
I'll let Gordon answer that one.
yeah, I'd like to answer how much, and I want to be a little vague because it's a balancing act. And you're going to see as we're projecting out that we're seeing that there's a real need to upgrade for our asphalt. And we're feeling like that's even a bigger problem than what we're seeing with our sidewalks. So if you were to prioritize this, I think it'd be a different number than if we were just to say, what's a good number to give us? I think in looking at what LTAP had suggested, and I think it's it's pretty aggressive. They were suggesting try to get things cleaned up in a 10-year cycle? Because this is the first question you came out of the blocks. Do people go in a black hole? If you look at this and say you're 23 to 30, 40 years out, you're in a really black hole. No matter what I say, I can show you your name, your comment the day we inspected. But if I'm saying you're within 40 years, that is so little comfort that you're on that GIS list. And just this past week, I got a call from a lady. She has a broken up sidewalk. It's the end of a dead end street. And it does need to be replaced, but it leads to nothing. So she is closer to that 40 years than the 23 years. It's not handicap issues, but it's just, it should be replaced. But because it's so far down the priority list, it's just not going to move. So the question comes down to a policy, looking at what do we think's important? I don't believe Dave's optimistic. If you gave me $6-10 million, I don't know we could get that done very effectively. I think the manpower would be brutal. Our inspectors would be, we just couldn't get to everywhere easily. But, anything less than $1 million, I think we could do with the people we have. But I don't see that as how the priorities would measure you to. So this is probably maybe a better way to address that. It may be good to put together some money that allows residents, and we already do this, but maybe make it more aggressive, that if they want their curb and gutter fixed, if they'll match us 50%, we'll go anywhere in the city to fix it, or do something that puts the skin in the game that's a little different of a policy than just the city paying for the full freight of it. Because if you're doing the full freight, I think we do a really good job of prioritizing where we should be, how we should do it. And it does leave people kind of in a, I don't want to use the word black hole anymore, in a place of limbo, but there may be a way to climb out of it. It may not work for everybody because not everybody has resources to do that. But at some point, communities, if they have some money or other opportunities to match, maybe there's some ways to facilitate some of these things, so.
Now, technically, Gordon, sidewalks are the responsibility of the citizen, right? I remember when I was a kid, I grew up here. I remember as a kid, my parents replaced our sidewalk in front of our house because it was all broken up. And they paid for it themselves and did it. So technically, it is the citizen's responsibility, right? But as we redo these roads every 20 to 25 years, we do the sidewalks as we go along.
So my understanding is the citizens are responsible for the maintenance of the site. Let me take that back. Getting the snow removal, keeping it clean of debris. My understanding is the city is responsible for the replacement of it.
Oh.
And the repair, the physical repair.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
That's my understanding.
I thought that okay, that's
I'll have to
interesting.
verify
That's
that.
good to know.
And can I ask a question here? In other cities, and maybe Provo is the same or different, but the sidewalk and the park strip is part of the public utility easement.
So in most cases, the city owns the sidewalk and the park streets.
Okay,
There are some cases where it is a sidewalk park strip easement, and we're there through an easement. But either way, the city owns the infrastructure.
right. Okay, so in Provo, we own to back of sidewalk. And
Generally, in most cases,
yeah,
yes.
and we're responsible, the city is responsible for general
Repair.
maintenance. Yeah, and then snow removal and not leaving garbage in the sidewalk.
Is the residents'
Right.
responsibility.
Right.
Another question I was wondering, like we're throwing stuff out there. I've had a citizen ask, why don't we have a sidewalk usage fee on new developments? That would go against affordable housing, possibly, increasing the cost of new development. Is there a fee currently right now at all for sidewalk usage in new developments?
No.
Bill?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, we do charge, they do give us money for the road so that a year or 2 years after the project's done for us to do mill and overlay of the road so we can get it into a really good condition after all the construction
Okay.
traffic.
And they build the sidewalks. I mean, they are
They
responsible for
build
the
and give it to
sidewalks.
us. I don't know if any fee okay, let me just back up. We don't charge any fee at this point for any sidewalk uses. We just get the sidewalk from the developer.
Have we done anything to look into what other cities do to fund sidewalk stuff? If there's anything creative that other cities are doing to fund sidewalk repair?
You're talking
and that?
about new sidewalk
Mhm.
or sidewalk.
No, like sidewalk repair.
So I've been in a city that requires it 100% repaired on the backs of residents, and they've done certain kind of special improvement districts to try to enforce that. It's a little bit of it's a lot of work in terms of working with residents to make it happen. So there's some things of doing that. So there's SIDs, things like that could happen, but those sometimes you got to work with the residents to get it politically supported.
Okay. We'd like to recognize that Bill Fillmore has joined us, as well as Travis Hoban, and George Hanley is excused. Any more questions?
Oh, I have one.
Counselor Whipple,
Maybe.
we are dominating. I'm
No, it's
so
okay.
sorry.
We're really excited about this topic. So I understand that if a homeowner does, significant construction work on their house that affects the sidewalk, they need to replace that as part of it. And that goes through their planning and everything with that. I had one who had to replace it a couple of times because apparently it didn't meet specifications, and it was a frustrating experience. But I also understand that you do not encourage homeowners just to go out and replace their cracked sidewalks themselves.
Right, we don't.
Are they actually legally prohibited from doing that?
Yes, they have to get a,
So Dave Decker told me a little different. I don't know. He said that citizens can replace them and they can call Public Works, and Public Works will remove the broken sidewalk, and that cuts the cost down about a third. And then they can put a new sidewalk if they want.
right. We want them to have somebody watching a YouTube video on how to put concrete down won't get you there. It just won't happen. And everybody will be frustrated at the end. So when you do dig up a sidewalk, you do need, because you're digging inside the city right away, you need a permit. We need to verify that you don't leave it overnight. People trip. There's a lot of liability associated with it. And so we want them to get somebody that knows what they're doing. Even though you get a contract, they may not know what they're doing, but we have a better belief that they do. There may be a property owner that really understands concrete that can do it, but we want to talk to them and help them understand some things. So if they're doing their porch on their property, go for it. But on the city right away, we're a lot more, we're skeptical on their skill set unless they
Oh,
can
I
show
bet.
us.
I would assume they're using a professional. Didn't even occur to me they try themselves.
Oh, yeah, if they get a professional, they're good.
I try everything myself. What are you talking about? But I'm thinking about the woman you mentioned who's on the dead end street, cracked up sidewalk. If she had the means, it would be nice for her to be able to say, okay, I'm going to take care of this myself. What's my process for doing that?
We can help out with some of those things if she wants to do it and get a contractor.
So there is a process where you can say,
We'll come up with a portion of the funds to help out and do some things to make that work.
okay, that's fantastic.
That's good
Thank
to know. Do you mind emailing us the details of that?
Yes, we could do that.
Thank you. All right. Any more questions?
That's going to go to Justin and he'll give it to you.
Justin, thank you. We just got it. We met another person we get to bother, Justin.
I just want to say thank you again. I've really been looking forward to this report. I appreciated it. I will read it a couple more times. I've already read it a couple times, and I will share it with my friends. Like, this is great.
The public really liked it.
We're going to do this in 5 years again. So we'll be looking back forward to coming in.
Okay, I have to admit, this report was amazing. I couldn't believe that someone came and drove everywhere in a golf cart, and I want them to do our housing report. I want that from them.
They're doing asphalt. So I'm just telling you, they're a different kind of group than housing. So Bill will get you the housing group. We'll do the asphalt. Better sidewalk.
They did a good job. It was all covered by a grant, right?
We paid some money for that,
Okay. Okay.
but it was way worth it. Utah State, kudos, LTAP, they function out of. Utah
Another
State.
shout out.
Go Aggies.
Mhm.
Looking for ice cream? Yeah, it's great. So
Okay, thanks, guys. All right, a presentation regarding efforts addressing homelessness in Provo City, and we're going to hear from the Mountainland Continuum of Care. And this will be presented by Heather Hogue. Okay, Heather, I didn't realize you were associated with Mountainland.
Mountainland Continuum of Care.
So it's like separate than the, oh, so this has anything to do with the medical aspect?
Not at all. No, we all
okay.
name everything Mountainland around here. So, not associated with Mountainland Association of Government, not associated with Mountainland Mediation or
Okay.
Mountainland Health, just the Mountainland Continuum of Care.
Okay, I didn't realize you had Mountainland in front of Continuum of Care.
That's okay. No
Okay,
worries.
thank you.
So I'm going to talk with you about a few things today. I'm going to talk with you about what the Continuum of Care is. I'm going to talk with you about local data that I pulled this morning, and I'm going to talk with you about service gaps in our community and why they're important. First off, my name is Heather Hogue. I have lived in Provo for 25 years. So this is my home. This is my community. And I have worked in homelessness for 15 plus years in Provo. So I would say that I have a pretty good handle on what homelessness looks like in Utah County. The Mountainland Continuum of Care covers not just Utah County, but also Summit and Wasatch counties. A continuum of care is a federally designated planning body that functions in a geographic area that works with pass-through federal and state money. We do strategic planning, but mostly we're coordinating services for service agencies working with families and individuals experiencing homelessness. There are 3 in Utah. Salt Lake County has its own continuum of care, Mountainland, Utah, Wasatch, Summit counties, and then the balance of state has 11 separate local homeless councils within their COC. And I think it's very important. The continuum of care is not a service agency. I do not provide direct services. What we are is the homeless response system for a geographic area. We are the homeless response system for Utah County, for Summit County, and Wasatch County. We coordinate with all of the frontline service agencies. If they're touching on a facet of homelessness, we want them involved with us so we can strategically coordinate, we can fill service gaps, and we can also avoid duplication of services. Some of the things that we do as a continuum of care, we organize service agencies in collaboration. We plan and implement the point in time count every year, which is our annual homeless census. I'm going to tell you a little more about that in a later slide. We create a strategic plan that stays in alignment with state and federal requirements for any state or federal funding for homelessness. We do our coordinated entry system, which I'm going to talk a little more about. We collect and report systemic data on homelessness to state and federal funders. We match service providers with funding opportunities, and then we facilitate subcommittees focusing on, I just turned this off. I fixed it. We facilitate subcommittees that focus on specific populations, such as, I don't do remotes very well, I guess. Youth, veterans, those leaving institutional settings such as jail or hospitalization. And we also focus on those that have recently entered our homeless delivery system. So I want to talk with you a little bit about what the spectrum of homelessness looks like and what the point in time count is designed to do. The spectrum of homelessness includes people that are precariously housed, meaning they have an imminent eviction date, all the way through people who are sleeping on the street, receiving street outreach, to placement and people that are in housing designated for individuals experiencing homelessness. We work with agencies that provide services along this entire spectrum. So we're looking at it as a very holistic sort of model, because to do otherwise as well, it's futile, to be honest. It's futile if you don't look at things in a holistic way. The point in time count is something that we do every year. We go out at 4 o'clock in the early morning hours with teams of service workers, and we contact everybody we can find. We ask them demographic information, we ask them what they need, and then this helps us to identify a year-by-year trend of what we're seeing in our community for homelessness. And I want to put a little plug in. We will be releasing our 2023 point in time count data July 10th in our COC meeting. I would love for any of you interested to learn more about that, what our trends look like, what our demographics look like. We're going to have a thorough and in-depth conversation about analyzing that data and what it means for our community. I also encourage you that if you have any interest in this, contact me. We'll put you on a team and we'll have you go out at 4 a.m. with us and find people experiencing homelessness. It's eye-opening and sometimes heartrending a little bit also. Coordinated entry is another thing that's a responsibility of the continuum of care. What this means is that we have a coordinated approach so anybody entering our homeless response system at any agency, at any point of contact, receives a universal assessment. And then they have equal opportunity and access for housing resources they qualify for and services that they're in need of. I chair a committee that meets every other week with all of the frontline service agencies. We talk about these individuals by name. Who has Jane Doe? Has she connected with housing services to apply for this housing coming up? Has she attended her mental health meetings? Has she been assigned a case manager? How is she doing? What services do we need to provide so that she can survive and thrive? And that's a really critical piece of coordination that most people don't know is happening behind the scenes. We know these people, we know their needs, and we are collaborative in ensuring that we're providing services to meet those needs. One thing that I love about coordinated entry, whether somebody enters at Food and Care Coalition or Community Action or Wasatch Behavioral, they have the same assessment. They go into the same list of names that we can prioritize for housing opportunities that come available. We don't play favorites, and we use the universal assessment to ensure that we're placing the people who are most vulnerable in housing first. We know that people who are more vulnerable are going to have more interactions with emergency services and are frankly more likely to die on our streets. And so we place them in priority housing first. This is our COC membership for this year. These are voting member agencies so that you can get a kind of a scope of who we're talking about when we talk about a homeless response system. This includes everyone from Mountainland Association of Government, who actually co-chairs our continuum of care, to Dahlia's Hope, which is a new organization working with survivors of sex trafficking. This includes Wasatch Behavioral Health, who, in my opinion, have the best street outreach teams in the entire state of Utah. Fight me on it. It includes rental negotiation agencies like Mountain Mediation Center, the housing authorities in Provo and Utah County. If it is touching on a facet of homelessness, from precariously housed to housing designated for people who are homeless, we want them at the table. We don't accomplish anything unless everyone is involved, and we're looking at this in a data-informed, strategic way. These are things that the continuum of care can help you with on a data level. So if you want to know how many pounds of food the food bank has distributed, Karen at Community Action is going to have that for you in 10 seconds. If you want to know how many meals Food and Care has served this year, Brent's going to have that for you in 10 seconds. If you want to know the length of time persons in our community remain homeless, that's me. If you want to know job and income growth for people entering our homeless system and exiting our homeless system, that's me. Retention of housing. If you want to know our demographics, I pulled some for you this morning. We'll get there in just a second. Some of these are data elements we'll be discussing in our July 10th meeting. I have specifically asked the state to work with me on reports right now for the number of people experiencing homelessness in our community who are employed and the number of people who are increasing their income through earned means and not just through benefits. So these are two of the elements that we talked about in our July meeting. Okay, I pulled numbers for you at 11 o'clock this morning. 11 o'clock this morning, I have 82 chronically homeless individuals in Utah County. I know their names. I know where they are in the housing list. I know what wraparound services they are in need of and which ones they're taking advantage of currently. We have 10 homeless veterans. In the last 20 days, in the last 30 days, we have had 20 new individuals enter our homeless delivery system. The oldest individual we are currently serving who is homeless is 88 years old. She's receiving housing in about 4 weeks. The youngest is 19 years old. We actually have 3 19-year-olds. Here's the age percentage breakdown for those that completed an entry assessment into our homeless system in the last 12 months. 1.9% are 70 years or older, 9% 60 through 69, 19% 50 through 59, 24.4% 40 to 49, 28.7% 30 to 39, 15% 20 to 29, and less than 1% are 18 or 19. This is information that we utilize on a bi-weekly basis as we're looking at what services we need to be providing and who makes up our homeless population in our community. Okay, I'm going to talk with you about 4 service gaps we have identified in our community and why they're important. Our first service gap I want to talk about is permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is a specific type of housing designated for people who are chronically homeless. That means they've been homeless for more than 12 months. They have a diagnosed disabling condition. I want to be very clear. These are not people who want to use the system. These are people who will not be housed without intervention. If they could have self-resolved, they would have self-resolved. These are people who are profoundly disabled. These are people who are profoundly mired in trauma. These are people who are in generational poverty that have a disability that keeps them from being able to self-resolve their housing crisis. Permanent supportive housing is also designated as housing hand in hand with housing and supportive services. This type of housing does not work without wraparound services from professionals. These can be case managers, therapists, doctors, nurses, employment technicians. We use rehabilitation counselors. But in our community, we have a 91% retention rate at 12 months for people who have entered this type of housing intervention. We're better than the rest of the state, I'll tell you that.
Now, Heather, just to clarify, like this would count as the Food and Care Coalition and Candlelight.
That is not correct. The
Okay.
Food and Care Coalition is a permanent housing designated for homeless individuals, but is not this type of intervention. We're looking for this type of intervention with people that are more profoundly disabled than are generally going into Candlelight Villas. So while Food and Care is meeting a vital need in our community, and we need more permanent housing or housing designated for homeless individuals, this is a specific type of housing that people are prioritized based on vulnerability, and they will not be able to self-resolve. So we're looking at just a little more vulnerable. So Food and Care is like right here in vulnerability. They are serving people that are exclusively homeless. But above that, you've got people that are exclusively homeless and may need daily contact with doctors, nurses, therapists.
So this is more, they will be the rest of their life, they'll need this, and it
Often
is a higher level of care, as you
Higher
said,
level of
daily.
care. Yeah.
Okay, kind of like,
right now, the best example that we have of this is Provo City Housing Authority has converted a couple of the old motels on 300 from sort of rundown and lots of police calls
right,
to
but
permanent supportive housing.
but they don't have as good a wraparound services as Food and Care.
They contract with Wasatch Behavioral Health and
Mhm.
also the Refuge that provide all of the medical and trauma-informed wraparound services. The 2 agencies providing this level of supportive services in our community are only Wasatch Behavioral and the Refuge. Other agencies have wonderful case management, but they don't have the depth of medical intervention and trauma-informed intervention of those 2 medical organizations.
But isn't Wasatch Behavioral, I mean, they're in-house at Food and Care.
Mhm, and they provide services as needed, but they're not
Okay.
contracted for each unit, each individual unit. The designation for Food and Care is a permanent housing other, designated for homeless individuals, but it is not with the level of support that permanent supportive housing has.
So right now, those motels at Provo Housing Authority are not proving successful and they're going to be going away. So is there a successful
We're working on that
example?
right now.
Okay.
They have a 91% retention rate at 12 months, and the level of police calls since those shifted
Has
from
gone
those
down.
significantly
Yeah.
since they changed to permanent supportive housing from those temporary motels.
Still being worked on. Okay. That's
Still
good
being
news.
worked out, but we're going to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is a very high retention rate for a population that is so disabled. And nationally, we look at that as a best practice model for people who are unable to self-resolve their housing crisis. So if I were to become homeless tomorrow and I didn't have family or friends or savings, I would not require a level of supportive services
Right.
to maintain my housing, where people who are more profoundly disabled, they do. Otherwise, we're often setting them up for not having success in their housing placement. It's not reasonable to expect that people with that level of profound disability are going to be able to overcome their barriers on their own without those services going hand in hand with housing.
Well, you'd almost be looking at a retirement home type situation, right? Only not an age thing, but like that, those kind of daily
Or
medical.
even, yeah, I mean, or that kind of medical, mental health visits. We're looking at pretty intense visits. And the idea with permanent supportive housing, some of them are going to be there indefinitely. If you've got a profound disability that you're never going to be able to be housed on your own without services, you're going to be there indefinitely. And that's where we want you to be. We don't want you to be on the streets. We want you to be somewhere safe that's maintainable. But some people are going to work with occupational therapists. They're going to work with therapists. They're going to get on medication. They're going to manage their diabetes, and they're going to move on. And the idea of having permanent supportive housing and other types of housing interventions is that as you overcome those barriers and move towards self-sufficiency, you're able to move to housing types that have less restrictions and less requirements of that supportive aspect. And that's called a move-on strategy. It's in compliance with HUD's right to choose for people that are in homeless housing sort of circumstances. And what that means is that the person, in conjunction with their case manager and the housing provider, set goals that they meet that allow them to move to areas that have less wraparound services.
Councillor Whipple.
I'm sorry to take more
You
time on
okay?
this. Yeah, it almost sounds like an assisted living kind of situation, but with very particular services for
The
this
services
population.
are individual depending on the circumstances. Sometimes it's medical intervention. Something that we see quite a bit is that people have medications that need to be refrigerated or taken 3 times a day with food. That isn't a possibility if you're living under a viaduct. Once people who have a disabling condition move into this, they might, with help, resolve to a lower level of support needed. I wouldn't say that it's assisted living because it's not a 24-hour facility like a lockdown. I would call it, I mean, permanent supported housing is what I would call it. I don't mean that to be trite, but it is designed to be permanent, but with the supports that are currently needed. And that might be a day visit from a case manager. It might be a weekly visit from a case manager. And those might titrate up. The hope is that those would titrate up as individuals are able to move more towards self-sufficiency.
And I understand that some people really chafe against the structure, you know, the requirements and everything that they have to meet in order to receive the housing. I've had many complaints from people who feel like they have no agency.
In permanent supportive housing, I have not seen those so much as institutional setting housing where there is a 24 lockdown or where you have like house rules when you can leave, when you cannot. For permanent supportive housing, it's their own apartment. There is a service element, and sometimes people don't want to engage in the service element, but they keep trying over and over and over again until the person is ready to engage. I don't hear a lot of complaints from people in permanent supportive housing because it does allow for a lot of flexibility and agency. You have a key to your own room. You've got your kitchenette. You can leave and come when you want. You can't have people stay overnight, but you can have friends over. It's not a lockdown sort of facility. And the case management is designed to be individual needs based. And sometimes that's a lot, and sometimes that's a little. In my experience, most people that lose permanent supportive housing do so because they are unable to set boundaries of people staying overnight. When you look at what people in homeless encampments experience, it's very socially based. How do you turn your back on a friend that kept you alive 2 winters ago, kind of thing. That's where I see most of the difficulty in permanent supportive housing is keeping your house free from having extended overnight guests. So most of the time when people lose it, that's the reason that they lose it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's really helpful. You mentioned that some of the people that need this are profoundly disabled.
Mhm.
What do you do in a circumstance where you meet somebody who lacks legal capacity, right? Where they would need to have a guardianship or something and they're
Right.
homeless and there's nobody to step in and do that.
That happens on occasion. I've personally worked with Wasatch Behavioral to have an evaluation that's called a PASS-R, which is an evaluation of one's own capacity for taking care of oneself. And then usually they're appointed with some agency or some department of Wasatch, they're appointed a decision maker. And if they need more intense services, sometimes they're put in a state hospital, or there are other types of facilities that are more lockdown and more service-based, where people can receive more intense services for either temporary amounts of time or a longer amount of time.
So that would be the level above this.
Yes,
Thank
that would
you.
be an institutional sort of level.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good questions. Very good questions. So this is one of the service gaps we have in our community. We have a service gap right now of the first 90 days of homelessness. We currently are using hotel motel vouchers for individuals entering our homeless system, but funding and room availability, this causes it to be very limited. And sometimes the max is 7 days or 14 days in a motel, and that is not a long time to self-resolve a homeless crisis. I will say that this is a hot topic. We know that this is a hot topic, and I'm gonna steer right into the skid on it for you. There are a lot of solutions on this. There are a lot of solutions that we have discussed, and they would take triple the time that I have allotted to me today to talk with you. We need to have ongoing conversations about the options available for people entering the first 90 days of homelessness, what the options look like, pros, cons, what's going to work best for our community while still meeting the needs of people who are vulnerable. There are a lot of different options. They all come with cons and they all come with pros. And I would love to have further conversations about what we think is a service provider community, and where we go in this in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But this is a lengthy and involved conversation that we need to have, frankly, we need to be having. My third service gap, domestic violence shelter beds. In 2022, 37% of the people that we contacted during our point in time count indicated that they were survivors of domestic violence. Last year, the refuge was able to house 201 adults and children. They had 480 requests for domestic violence shelter beds they had to turn away due to being at capacity.
Heather, I'm familiar with the refuge.
Mhm.
Are there any other domestic violence places in other cities of the county besides Provo?
No, they're not. They are our sole domestic violence shelter.
So they're taking the whole county at that one location?
Correct. I have one in Summit County that they partner with in Park City called Peace House.
But
They do some partnering,
that's
but
far away.
they are the only one in Utah County.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
And as a resident of Provo, I've been here 25 years. This number to me does not reflect the care and concern that we have as a community for survivors of domestic violence. And I think we can fix this. I would like to fix this.
So one issue I know that comes up when we're looking at allocating funding is whether or not this service would be duplicative.
Mhm.
So since we've got a refuge, we don't want to have another refuge. But if we're the only one in the county, do you think it would be better to help the refuge expand or to create additional facilities like that?
I think it would be best to help the refuge expand into something that's scalable as our needs grow or shrink in the future. The refuge does this exceptionally well. They have a very high rate of placement into permanent housing through rental assistance for survivors of domestic violence. Their wraparound services are some of the best in the state. They need to be able to expand. And so if I would unequivocally say, rather than duplicate this, we should give them the means by which to continue the good work that they are doing.
I used to volunteer there, but remind me, they do not have room to expand there, do they?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
they've got staff in closets literally
Yeah,
at the moment.
that's what I thought.
Yeah. So, and then the fourth service gap is supportive services. We know that housing solves homelessness, but housing without supportive services to address the barriers that led to homelessness can set people up for failure. When we're talking about addressing barriers, we've got a very wide spectrum of people experiencing homelessness, and supportive services are meant to be more intense with people with lower acuity and less intense with people with higher acuity. We have to take a holistic approach to dealing with homelessness in our community. We can't solve this by just creating more case managers to do better. We can't solve this just by creating more affordable housing. We can't solve this just by bringing in some type of a response for the first 90 days of homelessness. This has got to be a holistic approach. We've got to draw on the strengths that we have in our community, and then we have to empower service agencies with case managers to be able to do more supportive services. These supportive services are tailored to the needs of the person experiencing homelessness. Like I said, if I were homeless, I would need a whole lot of case management. I got a good credit score, I got savings, and I have a job. Like, I would not need tons of case management. But when you've got somebody that's been living on the street for 15 years, there are a lot of barriers that led to homelessness. So those are the four things that I have identified, that we have identified as a COC. And what I hope that you take away from this is a few things. One, there is an enormous amount of collaboration and coordination going on behind the scenes. We are all rowing the same direction. We're all rowing towards the same goals as service agencies. And we are using data-based practices as we set these strategic goals and as we look at measurements for how we are doing with outcomes. Second, I would really like for you to take some hope in the goodness, the efficiency, and also the professionalism of the hundreds of men and women who are working in our homeless response system. We have the best people. Where are you going to find people who would really literally love to work themselves out of a job? They would love to work themselves out of a job. We have good people who are looking at innovative solutions and working very hard to implement these solutions. And the third thing, I would like you to think about these service gaps that I've talked about. And I would like you to think about how we can be more collaborative as local government, as coordinating system and service agencies, along with our faith-based community. I think as we're more collaborative and we look at more unique solutions for making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring, it's really critical that we all know what our roles are. And I think sometimes those are a little bit ill-defined. And I would love to see us all come to the table and have a discussion about the role of local government, the role of the nonprofit, the role of the faith-based community, and how we can all work together to make lasting change.
Thank you, Heather. Councillor Fillmore has some questions.
Heather, thank you for an excellent presentation. Council always appreciates expertise, and you have it in spades.
Thank you.
I appreciate your enthusiasm as well. Just a couple of questions. Trends. What do you see as the trend lines that we need to be aware of? I recall you mentioned that you had 20 new people introduced into the system over 30 days.
In the last 30 days.
Is that high or low?
That's about average. We'll see a little bit higher in our summer months, a little bit lower in our winter months, typically. One of the trends that we are looking at is the continuum of care right now is the growth of homelessness as opposed to the growth of homeless beds available. We're seeing an outstripping of pace with the number of people that are experiencing homelessness versus the number of beds that we have available for permanent housing. So in conjunction with the point in time count every year, we also do something called a housing inventory chart. We're looking at transitional housing beds, permanent supportive housing beds. That number is growing, but not as fast as we're seeing the number of homeless growing. So we're identifying that we're going to have a widening gulf in the coming years of more people who need intervention than interventions that are available.
Okay. Of the people we're treating, how many would you say are indigenous to the Provo area, as opposed to who are we attracting from outside of Provo?
That's a great question. I can pull specific demographics on that for you. I don't have them with me.
Take a wild guess. I won't
A
hold you
wild
to it.
guess. You won't hold me to it. In my experience, I would say 60 to 70% of the people that are in our homeless system here are natives of Provo, Orem, Springville area.
Okay. I mean, one of the paradoxes in the homeless problem is that if we do really well, we become a magnet, right? So we're drawing people with problems into the city because we do it so well. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's where data is useful. One of the data reports I'm working on with the state right now, I'm going to be really candid because I'm a very candid person. So here it is. There are complaints currently that Provo and Utah County are sending people out of our community to access shelters in other communities. I have asked right now for a collaborative report on people entering shelter systems in Salt Lake, St. George, and Ogden, and if they are open currently in services in Utah County. So we are pulling that report and we'll have that available July 10th. For me, that is a useful report. If we have 50% of people that they are seeing in Salt Lake that are open in services here, we know we've got a problem. I don't believe that's the case. My experience says that we are mostly taking care of our own, but that's going to tell us pretty clearly if people are going in for a night of shelter in Salt Lake, are they open with case management in Utah County? Are they on a Utah County housing waiting list? Are they working in Utah County? That's going to tell us pretty clearly what we're seeing as far as movement between communities. In my experience, we're working with people primarily who are from here. They're our own. But you're absolutely spot on. Once we get it sorted, people will come to get it sorted. But we can look at that data and then we can make interventions based on what that data is showing us about people coming into our community who are open for services in other communities. And then we can make educated decisions. Right now, we can guess. I can tell you, I think it's this. But until I've got hard data in my hand, it doesn't make sense to have a specific intervention in place. Now, if we see that 30% of the people coming onto our Provo City housing list are from other communities, then we've got to start looking at interventions. That's not what it's designed for. But until we have that data in hand, it's just speculation.
Okay.
We'd love to see that data when you get it in
10th.
July.
It's being presented in the COC meeting July 10th. That's one I've been working on the state with for a few weeks now, but it's a little complicated. So it takes a little bit longer to pull that.
Okay. And really quickly, Bill, I met with Food and Care for a number of hours this week. And they did say when a front runner came in, they did see an increase of about 30% of people coming from Salt Lake to Food and Care.
I mean, the dilemma is that you become a victim of your own success, right?
Oh,
That
absolutely.
you have such a great program that the word gets out and pretty soon we're needing to build ever greater facilities.
Absolutely.
And keep expanding. And so it just mushrooms, right?
And that's, again, why I love data. I can throw 15 years of anecdotal at you, and it means nothing until I have hard and fast data to give you. And I think as we're starting to look at these data elements, where are people going across the state? That's going to help us make more informed decisions.
Yeah. So the study you're anticipating will certainly distinguish or grant us some nuances.
Yes.
The key thing for me would be if we're referring people out of our area, yet we still have capacity that we could have handled them, that would be tragic. That's not good at all.
Yeah.
But with respect to the numbers you gave us on domestic violence, it sounds like we could triple our capacity there.
Yes.
To meet the need.
Yes.
But if they can't get help here, we need to help them get help elsewhere, right?
Right.
So there's nothing nefarious in saying we're full up. But
No, nothing nefarious, but on a personal level, I hate the idea of the compounded trauma of calling for help for myself or for my children because of an episode of domestic violence. And the person or the agency that I think can help me cannot. That breaks my heart just a little bit. And I think as a community, domestic violence is something we all agree on, that it should be ended and that there should be resources for survivors. This isn't something that we have to convince people of the importance of. I think universally, regardless of political affiliation or religious affiliation or liberal, conservative, or whatever, I think this is something that could bind our community in a common purpose.
I agree. I think the majority of people in the city have a common ethic
Right.
with respect to sensitivity to the poor, the needy. There is a model here. I mean, you talked earlier about collaboration with religious institutions.
Mhm.
The My Town, My Hometown
I'm
initiative. Familiar with that. That does not extend to homeless or mental illness, I don't think. But has there been any thought given to taking the initiative to contact the predominant church here in the area, but whether they have any interest in collaborating with you on charitable services to the very constituency you're concerned about?
We collaborate very closely with multiple religious and faith-based communities, including the predominant faith-based community. In fact, they are kind of wonderful at meeting needs that come up. As far as a holistic view of wraparound services for people being profoundly disabled or struggling with addiction, my feeling is that professional intervention outside of or in addition to faith-based intervention is necessary. We rely on, so Wasatch Behavioral Health in the last few years merged with Utah County Substance Abuse. So they're able to provide both mental health and substance use treatment everywhere from detox all the way up to connecting with 12-stepping meetings that are faith-based, but provide those wraparound case management services to really look at the addiction aspect or to really address mental health aspects. So while I would never minimize the role of faith-based interventions in a community, and in fact, one of our greatest partnerships is our faith-based community, there are interventions that are needed for specific illnesses, such as mental health or addiction, that require professional intervention.
Just to be clear, what I'm talking about is not engaging with religious institutions to help people with their faith, or simply asking for a check. I'm talking about the success that My Hometown program is having. They do a variety of things to help lift people by way of education, job capabilities, music education. I mean,
Absolutely.
they do a ton of things.
Ton of good.
And I think that, that would be a dialogue worth initiating with certain churches to see if they want to be more involved in a larger, more holistic approach.
Thank you. I think that's a great suggestion. I will definitely reach out to our member agencies in the COC who are faith-based and have access to that. And I think that's a great conversation to have.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. One more question. And then Councilor Whipple has a question. But in regards to the domestic violence shelter, you mentioned that you think it would be best to increase the capacity of the current one.
Yes.
Like I'm thinking, many of them have children. I'm thinking of disrupting kids where they go to school, where they go to their classes, their friends, we're missing the capacity like 4 times. And why would you not put it in another city in the county? Like, I'm just curious why you think.
I would not be opposed if the refuge decided they wanted to build in multiple locations, but we have an organization that's doing kick butt work.
So it's not where they're located. You're saying they do it so well, you'd love to duplicate that.
Yes, I would expand their services and how they choose to do that in other locations. I'm comfortable with. If they feel like they have capacity to take on 10 and we need it, like I would leave that to their expertise. But I would not support personally. I would not want to bring in another organization.
Like why start at the beginning, right?
Bingo.
Okay,
you got it.
We're on the same page then.
Yeah.
Councilor Whipple.
Going back to your second gap that you identified for people who are just entering the homelessness,
Yes.
I think you said that they need like 90 days. We need a 90-day period.
The first 90 days are pretty critical. If they're able to self-resolve, that's going to be a minimum window in which someone is going to self-resolve.
Right, because if they've experienced homelessness, they need a little bit of time to find a new place to live, to
Yes.
scrape up a security deposit, things like that.
Right. And with the housing market being such, like, I believe if I were homeless tomorrow, I'm not sure I could self-resolve in 2 weeks and find an apartment, find a unit, find a house. That's
Yeah.
a lot.
So for that period of time, which is crucial, is that the kind of thing that we would need like non-congregate housing for? Like what is the solution for that gap?
There are a lot of solutions. Non-congregate shelter is a solution. Extended stay motel funding is another solution. Master leasing of hotel rooms is another solution where organizations have access to a specific number of rooms that they can put people into for lengths of time. There are a lot of solutions. Which one is best for our community? I don't know. I don't know. I will tell you that I have very strong feelings against congregate stays. I think those are problematic. But I think that we need to discuss the needs of the people we're serving and the needs of the community. We need a consensus, and then we need to move forward. Whatever that solution is, what we're doing right now is not sufficient. I'll be very candid about that. But there are many different ways to approach this. And I think that we could find one that's going to both meet the need and meet the need in the community. We don't have a one and done option on this.
Right. But what's necessary is a room or space assigned to the individual or their family that is secure and just for them for an extended period of time, not
Correct.
just for 2 days or something, but they
Correct.
need that stability so that they can make arrangements.
Correct.
And if we can do that intervention, then we could avoid actually have them becoming chronically homeless.
We hope to avoid people aging into chronic status. And again, chronic does include that disabling condition as well. So it's not just
Right.
length of time, but ideally you want to have an intervention in the first 90 days for people.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Heather? Okay, Heather, every time your name comes up, you're very highly spoken of, and we're grateful you're in our community.
Thank
You
you.
mentioned, getting together. I think it'd be amazing if there's some sort of symposium or something that included, or a summit that included
Okay,
all the mayors of the county.
cool.
And like some leaders, your associates, like,
So we have that. It's called COG, and all the mayors are together every month and meet. In fact, HB 499, the homeless bill,
that's what we need to talk about.
COG
Yeah.
is in charge of that.
We should,
And
yeah.
COG puts the committee together, and it's elected officials around that table. So Mayor Staley I was the president of it last year. He's from Goshen. He's thrilled because he has one stop sign in his city and is overwhelmed and doesn't know what to do with all this. But everybody's helping him, and COG got canceled this past month because our MPO meeting went really long, but it is definitely coming up, and we've got a little bit of leeway on that, but there's at HB 499, Brian's walked through it with me line by line multiple times. We know what has to happen.
Yeah.
But again, it's not in our control, right? It's the COG leadership that decides all of that.
Well, we have been developing plans A, B, and C for what we were going to do for winter response in our community. We want to beta test it this winter. So I have ideas and options and budgets, and I have it all ready for you when you are ready for it.
I'm ready for it. And is
Okay.
it tied to the Code Blue mandate? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
I'll
Okay.
take it.
Okay.
Awesome.
I can take it to COG.
I'm ready to go on it. I mean it.
Perfect.
Thank you, Heather. All right. Next, a presentation regarding fiscal. Oh, break. All right, we are over, which is my fault and Rachel's fault. So we will do a 5-minute break since we are so far behind.
Recording stopped.
We'll come back at 2:50. We're going to get started. A presentation regarding fiscal year 2023 year-end cleanup appropriations, presented by Kelsey Zarbach, our budgets officer.
Good afternoon. I just want to apologize for how small that table ended up appearing. I had to blow mine up for reading all of this off to you. But here it is. We're at the end of fiscal year 23. And as part of our annual routine, we in finance do budget reports and project to the end of the year to make sure no department is going to run over budget. The expectation is that departments stay within their budgets, but sometimes there are extenuating circumstances that we need to come back to the council for appropriations for. And so what this started out as, it was like year-end cleanup appropriation requests, but then there are a few items tacked on at the end, which are some appropriations that, you know, depending on timing, they could have happened at other points in the year, but just they happened to fall in June. So today, we're just going to go through all of these appropriation requests as one item, but when it comes time for you to consider them and vote, there'll be separate items for your consideration in 2 weeks. So the first 5 items are pretty much those kind of year-end cleanup items. The first 3 are specifically related to budget shortages. And I just want to give you an overview. And then if you have questions after I go through these at the end, I can answer them, or we have some other staff from different departments here who can maybe go into some more detail as well. So the first item is in our streets division. They are requesting $265,000 out of general fund balance to get them through the year. And streets is the division that had snowplow drivers working overtime all winter. They had to spend a lot of money on salt to keep the roads from being icy all winter. And so just our crazy winter is why streets needs this money in their budget to get them through the year end. On the other side of that coin is our stormwater division. They're requesting $550,000 out of the stormwater fund balance because they had to spend extra money on sandbags and pumps and pipes just in anticipation of spring runoff. And they've done a great job mitigating and preventing some of the flooding hazards that could have happened in the city, but that comes at the cost. And so they're requesting that amount to get through the end of the budget year.
Kelsey,
yes.
question of the expenditures with respect to the flooding
Yes.
prevention. I assume that much of that is still going to be of some value beyond this year. I mean, to what extent is that expenditure in place for future years? Sandbags or whatever, do you know?
I personally don't have the answer. I could ask Jimmy or Public Works to either.
Yeah, Jimmy will know. Why is that? Because they get busted up, or it's storage problem, or
well, just the longevity of the material.
Yeah.
If they're out, we've wrapped them on pallets, but they're not waterproof. Once water gets in and the material just doesn't hold over time. It's possible they could be held for next year, but I'm not sure what the plan is there. I just know it's not a long term.
So it wouldn't even be worthwhile in terms of manpower, time, and expense to slip the bags and dump them in a sand pile.
I don't know.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's
how
possible.
much we could use again.
Yeah, I think we can use them maybe next year, or hold on to them for potential next year. There's always a balance between, of course, too much snow that we have to plow and get ready for runoff, and then having enough for the water system. So sometimes we pray for snow, sometimes we don't. But this year we planned for an average year, and this year we had an aberration, and this and we prepared for the worst on the stormwater side, and we got the best scenario as far as the weather. So as far as the pumps, those are definitely things that we can hold on to and use in the future. We bought some elliptical pipe to be prepared to create a bridge over the road where the runoff could have potentially come down, that I'm sure can be held on to for
elliptical pipe. Explain that.
Well, it's
like a horseshoe over the tracks, or what?
No, so the pipe is just like it's been smashed down is what it looks like to me. That's not an engineer, but it allows for it not to be as high, but to still provide as much capacity as a.
It keeps the water off the tracks. Or
No,
what?
so the water would have gone through it, but we could have built a road that wouldn't have been as high as a circular pipe.
Okay. So
Yeah,
the
there's
point
a-
is we bought some equipment and materials that has a longer life than this summer.
Yes, the sandbags are probably the shortest lifespan, but we still have sandbags that haven't been filled that we will be holding on to for future use.
Okay. Before you sit down, in Dave Decker's absence, can you tell us what our CFS is up to right now?
I was told this morning that it would be dropping down quite a bit, that our peak was probably last week.
And how high was it?
I'm not sure.
I know we were at 650 a couple of weeks ago, and Dave said it might get as high as 1,800.
I think it was 17 or 1800.
Got that high. We didn't have any significant flooding though, did we?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so do we feel like we dodged a bullet? We're past peak?
Yes,
Wonderful.
definitely.
Wonderful.
We couldn't have asked for a better weather pattern to
Yeah, we lucked out, didn't we?
slow the flow.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we got through the first two rows for streets and stormwater. The third appropriation request is for the airport. Interestingly, the largest portion of the $439,000 request for the airport is for variable loan interest. What has happened is Energy Fund has given airport two interfund loans, and because the energy department could have had that money sitting in the bank, getting all of this interest that we've had increased throughout the year. When the loans were set up, the deal with the airport was that they would need to pay the same interest rate that energy would have received in the bank. And so it's been great for the city in many ways to have higher interest rates because our interest revenue has gone up. But unfortunately for the airport, the interest rates that they need to pay, the interest expense that they now need to pay on those loans is up, and they're requesting $365,000 to cover that expense. Question.
Sorry, just to follow up on that one.
Yeah.
So when we've talked about in previous meetings about the proposed budget covering the new costs for the FTEs that we need there for firefighters and for, 2 policemen or something like that, has that assumed this new additional cost of this loan, this interfund loan, or was that not part of that proposed budget?
I'll have to double check. I mean, I know that we went through each account as we were going through the airport budget. I can hone in on that specific line item and let you know for sure. I would assume we would have built it in based on what we've been seeing.
Okay, so I guess it's two-part, the interest change, right? That's
Yeah.
much more going forward. But also we've been making a general fund transfer for the entire payment as well up until this point. So one of the questions that I have is that, revenues are going to cover these new FTEs, but are they going to cover that? Are they proposed to cover that transfer as well?
Right. What about like the transfer that we did in February? Is that the question?
$500,000 a year that we pay the
Yes,
energy.
I'm not sure about that specifically. I know that for this appropriation, airport revenues are covering the full appropriation request. It's not tapping into general fund, but moving forward, I'd have to double check and see. Oh, or John might know.
Thank you, John. Sorry.
Yeah, the $500,000, which is the 10-year loan that we've made like 3 annual payments on, it is not anticipating covering that.
What about the additional interest cost? So this one covers retroactively, right? But on a go forward basis for the proposed next year budget, the tentative budget that we've just tentatively approved, was that increase in cost for the interest assumed into that as well?
I believe so. We'll double check on that. We got some funding through MAG, which decreased the large loan quite a bit.
Okay.
But we'll check on that and follow up to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The other portions of the airport appropriation request have to do with vehicle repairs, fuel, and facility maintenance costs that just weren't anticipated in fiscal year 23. And so that's just accommodating for those needs. The fourth item on here is a $2.1 million transfer request from the engineering CIP to the airport fund. This was anticipated. What it is the engineering fund receives the revenue from the quarter-cent sales tax, which is designated for transportation, transit, and highways specifically. The state code outlines that airports are an eligible expense. And so as part of the terminal funding plan, it was to utilize some of this funding. But since it's been deposited and it exists in the engineering CIP, airport is just requesting that we transfer the $2.1 million that it needs into the airport fund. So it's a large amount, but it's accounted for and part of airport's plan.
So if you would expand on this representation, that the money is needed because of our success.
And so from what I understand, and Jimmy can clarify if I don't say it correctly, the airport terminal opened and it was very successful. And there were a few opportunities that resulted because of the success, like being able to bring in another restaurant or some things that the FAA grants don't cover, but that this money could help facilitate. And so because of those types of costs that have come up, they're thinking, let's utilize the quarter-cent sales tax revenue for that. It has to do with the terminal. And it really did happen because the airport was so successful this year. They've had some wins.
If you can't be more specific, can I beg Jimmy maybe to help us
Yeah,
on this?
maybe Jimmy again. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, so one of the examples is we were informed late in the terminal construction process that Allegiant would like to be a base for, or use Provo as a base for operations for certain airplanes. And in order to accommodate that, we had to install ground power units that allow them to not have to run the planes while people are getting on and off, and they can plug in overnight, or I'm not sure on all the details, but there were accommodations that we were able to make by having, I guess, from a larger picture, we have multiple funding sources from the state, from the FAA, and this is the city's portion. And by having our own funding, it's enabled us to take advantage of some of these opportunities where we've had successes. We've had the ability to accommodate growth early on, even though we just opened in July. So that was just one example. Another example would be by having Provo as a home base, we were able to accommodate some additional break room space and shared space that their employees utilize by being here, and a few things like that.
So is it fair to summarize by saying you're asking us to spend money to make more money? In other words, this expenditure will extrapolate out or projected to help us be even more successful, more profitable.
I guess you could say that. I think in terms of the airport in general as a quality of life, some revenue generation as well, and by having the facility that we have, it's improving. It improves some revenue opportunity as well.
Right. I mean, we see the airport not just as an amenity, but as an economic development tool, something that enhances the city's overall tax base, both itself and by way of synergy with other developments. And so in my mind, we're quote, a victim of our own success in the sense that it's really going well. We need to spend more money to keep that trend line going up, right?
Right.
In terms of its profitability and its utility for the city.
Right. When we created an airport with 4 gates, and it was a success. We were told, now that you have this, we want to utilize it more. We want to have more flights, and where we can make incremental improvements to accommodate that and improve the overall purpose of the airport, then we've taken advantage of that, and the city funding has accommodated that.
Well, if the mayor has her way, in short order, you're going to have the Provo International Airport, right?
That's what we're working on.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy. Okay, the next item, this one is a little different from the others because it's from Development Services, and what's happened is they've received revenue from scooters. They have a deal with the scooter company. I can't remember the name of the company, but they are paying the city $50,000 for the first 2 years, and then 35 cents per scooter ride. And so with that revenue, Development Services is hoping to inject that back into the community with wayfinding signs. And so they're just asking that be appropriated. And we have up to $75,000 listed there because we're still receiving some revenue, and we projected, and we think that would be the ceiling of how much revenue they would get this fiscal year. We wouldn't move it until we knew the exact amount, and then we would make sure that it was only the amount of the revenue received from the scooters. So that is that item. Next, we have a few equipment purchases. The first one is from the fire department, and it's for $750,000 that would come out of general fund balance. And this is for self-contained breathing apparatus equipment. What that equipment is it's the masks and the packs and the bottles that contain the pressurized air that the firefighters need to wear as part of their ensemble when they go into fires. And to fire's credit, this appropriation request is Plan B. They did go and submit a request for the AFG FEMA grant. And then when they found out they didn't receive it, they realized that they would need to go to the council for an appropriation. The situation is that the apparatus expires in September of 2023. And at that point in time could be a liability for fire if anything were to go wrong on a call. And so this cost would cover everyone in the fire department. And I do know the longevity of these. It would be up to 15 years for the breathing apparatus under current standards. And so that is the equipment purchase request for fire. Question.
So how many of these apparatuses will it buy?
For some reason, I'm thinking like 80, but Jeremy probably, or Chief Hedman would know.
75? Okay.
Yeah.
So about 7,500 per, or seven. No, what am I saying? I blew that. So much for my math.
Good thing you're a lawyer, not an accountant.
Yes. So anyway, it was about $1,000 per. 10,000, no, he said 75.
There are different parts of the equipment. I'm not sure like what. Yeah, Chief Hedman.
750.
Okay.
I was looking at the wrong number. That's right, 10,000 each.
That's a little less than 10,000 a piece. There's different parts, like the pack. The actual pack is roughly $5,800, and then you got to have bottles, and then you got to have masks, and then there's so all the different components come to roughly $885.
Okay, thanks. I should have deferred to the human calculator that sits next to me. They've got it right.
Okay, just so everyone knows, we are definitely way behind on time, about half an hour.
Luckily, the next two rows are basically one item. So the last item is a fire, it's a truck request for the fire department. It's not a fire truck, but a supervisor truck. The situation was Chief Miguel used his own personal vehicle, and when he retired, he basically took a vehicle with him. The previous chief's vehicle had been repurposed to replace an old fire vehicle, and so at this point in time, we're just trying to replace a vehicle. The reason it's not in the 24 budget is because our fleet supervisor was able to locate a F-150 on a lot that could be purchased at a cheaper cost right now, and they wouldn't have to wait 9 to 12 months to receive a new truck if they ordered one in the 24 budget. And so the $65,000 in the vehicle replacement fund would be for the outright purchase of that vehicle, and then the $13,790 payment would be the general fund paying back that loan every 5 years. And so that is what that request is. I know that's a lot of appropriations, but it'll come back on the 20th for you to consider and vote on each one of these items.
Thank you, Kelsey. Any more questions for Kelsey? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
On to a discussion regarding the adoption of the 23-24 annual action plan. And this was presented by Melissa McNally for 15 minutes, our community grant administrator. We have heard this many times, so we can probably be brief on the.
Absolutely.
And the public can look at this stuff online if they're so inclined.
Yes. So just a reminder, I did present the annual action plan for the 23-24 fiscal year at the end of April, which also kicked off a public comment period, which, excuse me, goes through tonight, which hopefully you will be voting on this item tonight. And so just to quickly go through, I presented this little graph last year. It's just the whole cycle of the HUD grants that we get, and the star is kind of where we are now, where you will make the final funding decisions for the next fiscal year. And then we have our, just as a reminder, the funding priorities that were identified in the 2020 through 2024 consolidated plan. And then here we have the proposed funding amounts for both CDBG and home. Just to quickly go through, we set aside $200,672 for our public service providers. And then for our capital projects, we have Alpine House. Public Works brought a couple of neighborhood improvement plans for both the Joaquin and the Wasatch and Foothills neighborhoods. And then we have our neighborhood revitalization and commercial facade programs. And then for our home funding, we have Mutual Self-Help Homes has a project in Santaquin, which is for home buyers. And then we have our 2 down payment assistance programs that are run here in-house in the city. We have our down payment assistance that's, specifically for Provo, and then one for Utah County. And then we have an affordable housing project for seniors that is in Orem, that's called Mountain Crest Manor, and that is run by NeighborWorks of Provo, which is, they've rebranded themselves, and I can't remember what they're called now, but they're running that program. And then just to give you an idea of all of the different projects that we are proposing funding for this year, these are all of the different funding priorities that they fit into, just so that you can see how they fit in to fulfilling our consolidated plan priority goals and priorities. So there's those 2. And that's all I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Melissa? Councilor Whipple?
I just want to thank you again. I really appreciate the work that you do on this, and you come to us again and again, and I read the reports again and again. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Melissa.
Okay, thank you.
All right, a discussion on the ordinance amending city code regarding apartment building signage requirements. And this will be presented by Malia Daly, our policy analyst.
Okay, we're gonna make up time, everyone.
Ooh, go
It's gonna be
Malia.
great. Okay, so this is us coming back from our May work meeting where we initially discussed housing requests from the council. And this, if you remember, was one of the prioritized housing requests that we got, which was posted public contact information or apartment signage. So this is the ordinance that council staff has drafted up. We're just coming to a work meeting so you guys can review it, decide if you like anything, if you want to add anything. The examples that we gave you also included like the color of the sign, the font size of the sign. There was some that had more specific language on where the sign needed to be located. We chose in a conspicuous place on the exterior premises of the apartment building because we felt that was
I was wondering if it
good.
needs to be street facing.
We can put that. We can say street facing. And then we also included a description of whose number would be on there, either the apartment building's office or maintenance manager. We put both as an option, but we wanted to get your input on if you wanted to include both or just one, or a different description of whose number that needs to be. Anyway, it's fairly short, so we wanted to bring it to you. We also, if you see in the first sentence, we said within 6 months of the adoption of the section to give time to apartment complexes to come into compliance with this. Yeah.
Okay, the only thing I can think is street facing. That was my thought. Any other comments on this? Councilor Fillmore?
Not just street facing, but the main street, that is the entrance to the apartment.
Okay.
Not a side street, right?
Okay. We would just need a motion with specific language in order to change it.
Okay, let's keep talking and see if we need to add more things.
Okay.
Anyone else? Shannon looks like she's thinking.
Yeah, I am thinking.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Are there other cities that in Utah that do this?
We couldn't find any in a search of Utah cities. We had to go to other states to look at ordinances related to this.
Oh, okay. Where else do they do this?
In a lot of states. So like the examples that we pulled were the simplest ordinances we could find, which were in Austin, Texas, and then New York. But there's a lot. There's also in California, there's some at the state level. This is a state requirement. But there's a lot. There's a multitude of them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Counselor Shipley.
Can you just show the apartment building definition real quick?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I missed it.
You just have to click on the section, go back down, Michael. And then, yeah, click on that.
I know we've discussed it, but I just can't remember.
No, this is good. Yeah.
So 5 or more. So a fourplex is not gonna
No,
have to
so
abide
no
by this.
duplex, no fourplex, it's 5 or more.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, could we make a motion then? I'm going to make a motion then that we just add some verbiage that says Main Street facing. Is that work, we think?
But also where the entrance to the apartment is.
What's the best way to say that?
main
Rachel Whipple.
entrance.
Can I ask a question about that just for clarifying?
Yes.
Oftentimes we have apartment complexes that are multiple buildings, some of which don't even face a street or front on a street. Are you
Yeah,
looking for a sign?
I know my point was that it's going to be the runners running by the place, right? With the sprinklers shooting up in the air that want to call, or neighbors. So I was just thinking a main street where the most of the traffic is going to be of walkers.
And that's why my question was, in a multi-building complex, are you looking for a sign on every building or the entrance to the complex?
Can I add a comment there? So in my looking at other ordinances, they have one where it's a sign at the main entrance or the main building, the leasing office. And then it also says 2 other signs in a conspicuous place on the exterior of any of the buildings. So they have or 2 to 3 other signs, and then they can figure out where to put those. And then there's somewhere it says every single building of the complex has to have one. So
why don't we have staff look at other verbiage and do what you think is best and bring it back to us? Does that work? Yeah,
we can do that.
I'm not opposed to every building. I mean, we're trying to make this easier for the tenants primarily. And so maybe you'd have a sign on the main building that is the entrance where their offices are, but also on a couple other buildings at least. And make sure the main street has at least one sign on the main street.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I know I asked this last time and I can't remember, but per code, the definition of apartments is how many units?
5.
5. Okay, thank you. And then what if there's a complex of 10 and they're condominiumized? So they each have a different owner and they may have there may be 10 management groups. What then?
Are condos a different definition, aren't they, or not?
Well, some
I'm
apartment
not sure.
complexes are totally owned by one owner. If they're condominiumized, then they're owned by separate owners.
Right, but are they different things or not? Because we're looking at apartments that are owned by one owner.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's what we need to define in the code or in the ordinance, because if we're just saying, okay, you own this complex, there's 20 units, you own all of them, you have to have a sign. Next door, there's 20 units in the same structure. That is individually owned by 20 different owners. you don't need a sign.
But aren't we primarily trying to assist or help tenants? So if a building is owned, there's no tenant issue.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If there's two buildings next to each other and each has 20 units, one is an apartment complex in my mind. I don't know what the code definition is. And it is owned by one group, right? It's owned by the Bill Fillmore LLC. And he has a property management group that manages 20 units. But next door, there's an identical building with 20 units and each one is owned by a different person. So one is owned by Catrice and she rents it to somebody. One is owned by Shannon, she rents it to somebody. 3 are owned by the Shipleys, they rent it to 3 different people. And then there's people from all the heck over, right? So that in my mind is what I call condominiumization. Each unit is likely owned by a different individual. And I'm not mean owner occupied, I mean just general ownership. So maybe someone there is owner occupied, but generally it's rented. That's what I'm questioning.
Can I jump in, Malia? If you're
Yep.
Looking at the definition, our definition of apartment is very simple, and it's just a dwelling unit in an apartment building. An apartment building is anything with 5 or more dwelling units. So condominiums would also be apartment buildings, even though they have been condominiumized. So as currently written, all of your examples would require the signs regardless of ownership.
Okay, so the example where there's 20 units that are condominiumized, each different unit has to have a separate sign outside?
No, just the building.
Okay, but the building is not maintained by one management group. It's maintained by 20 management groups.
Right, which would present
Maybe,
some
maybe
problems
not.
about what to put on it. potentially.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do we have any HOAs like that or condos like that that do not have an HOA?
Well, I mean, I'm aware of a situation we just had a week and a half ago with a condominiumized apartment building. And I actually, because of the issue that was completely unrelated to this, but because of the issue that came up, I spoke with the HOA, and my understanding, I'd have to verify this, my recollection is that the property manager did not actually manage all of the units. They only managed some of them. So we may have to check into that.
Part of this concern is the management of the common spaces, the public facing side as well, though. And wouldn't that be through an HOA management as opposed to the individual units?
Presumably.
Comment here. I think we need to be more clear about what the intent behind this is. Is it to have some kind of external enforcement where, oh, that Bill Fillmore Towers has a broken sprinkler, I want to contact the management agency? Is that the intent, or is the intent to help tenants? Because that might change the direction of how we implement this. And I'm hearing different things about intent. And I think we all understand HOAs are hit and miss on maintenance and availability. And, if it's kind of just a 5-unit building and they're not really serious about outdoor maintenance, then it's up to those 5 people in that HOA who may or may not live in Provo to maintain that outdoor space. And there's some complexities we haven't addressed.
Yeah, I know this was citizen driven in the beginning as far as people living in neighborhoods with complexes that are not maintained well at all. And they have no idea who to call to address these issues that they see on a daily basis.
And the tenants living in there often don't know who to call either. So it's both. Yes.
So is this just along those lines where it originated? Is this something that the city enforcement, the code enforcement you can't call 311?
I think ideally you want to cut down on 311 and police calls for simple things that if you can get better response and a number to call, if they could take care of it themselves, that's a great way to start, right?
Yeah, if it's feasible, But again, I'm not sure that we're going to make it work if we have to put 20 placards on 20 units that are independently owned.
But this seems that it would also be a helpful thing for our enforcement, because when they're looking at a property, they're looking at ownership records, which, you know, maybe for an LLC that's out of California, it doesn't necessarily give them any indication of who's managing it and who actually can be there to respond to issues.
If you get a rental license, do you have to state who is managing your property? Do you know, Brian?
I'm trying to look that up.
Sorry.
right now. I'm not-
Even thinking of condos, I still think one notice by the front. I mean, most places are run by there's an HOA and that's one contact.
Yeah, I'm just thinking there might be some other solutions here. Maybe we need to increase the number to 20, or maybe we need to write in some language that would accommodate or be flexible for places that are condominiumized.
Could you say an owner or coalition of owners within the same building? Like if we just put in some language about how owners could coordinate and should coordinate on posting a sign? Because I lived in college, I lived in a complex that was all managed and all the units were managed and owned by different people.
Mhm.
Some of us were by a management company and some of us were just like
You
this
know the
couple.
owner. Yeah, yeah.
And so, hello, okay, mic just went out. So that was different, but they did all coordinate when they like redid the hallways and then redid our parking lot. Like all the owners coordinated and there was a mass email from all of them together about an issue. So I don't think if we ask that, that would be that hard because they're already doing, like, I don't
Give
think
some
that's
system.
a question that couldn't be asked of them.
I like the idea. I just don't know how you enforce that, right?
Would
How
another
do you enforce
approach be that it's not necessary if the unit is owner occupied?
Another question I have, and I don't have the answer to Rachel's, but like, what if I put that plaque outside my rental unit and then I sell it and then somebody's calling me all the time? They're calling the wrong number. Who's gonna enforce on whether it's updated or not?
Why don't we just do it for apartments and not condominiums? I mean, we can put that in the thing, right? I think it's a way bigger issue in apartments complexes.
But we have a lot of condominiums south of campus that are all treated as rentals. They're just individually owned. So the issue is, the problems are still there for those properties.
I think they're much less of an issue than apartments.
How about you make a motion that staff looks at this, including the language you suggested, and then we can come back at the next work meeting and we can kind of come up with some various options.
Yeah, I would make said motion, but I'd also be interested in other alternatives. Like, is there an HOA contact or a property management contact that we can associate with like a GIS data on the available public GIS data, if that's not a violation of privacy in some way? But, or maybe there's another alternative. Maybe there's a third alternative, and maybe signs. Maybe we can get the same effect with a different path. Because the signs are, I don't know what it is.
I definitely think we need a sign on the building somewhere, but getting there, but yeah, getting the exact contact info.
We can look into that location where we found examples for these other ones and look into those states and cities and see what they have done for this specific thing.
Yeah, maybe there has to be like more than 20 units and there has to be an HOA. Otherwise, it's just not going to be effective data in a few years.
So I will say that as I've been running around town, I've been looking at large complexes that do have signage like this. For the most part, they're out there as a way to advertise what kind of units they have that are available to rent. And not all of them will have a manager's phone number, but the ones that do would be compliant with this. And so it serves multiple purposes, right? It can be the name of the apartment complex, say what kind of units, tell you where the rental office is. Like, this is not necessarily something that is hurtful to the business. They could incorporate it into their normal signage, because this language just says that it will include this information, not that it's limited to this information.
I was looking over your shoulder, Rachel. That's right by my house, right?
Yeah, it is.
You can't see what Rachel has, but it's like a two-post sign with an image or like the print and text in the middle. And that, I mean, that's great if that serves both purposes or multiple purposes. That's also not posted on the wall of the building. So other accommodations need to be made because this is like planted in the lawn.
Well, this says a conspicuous place on the exterior premises.
Oh,
So
I was
this is
reading,
fine.
okay, I was reading like exterior wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Malia, let's make a motion. You know what to come back with.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're good.
You saved us no time.
Do we need to second the motion and
so
go through
sorry.
it, or are we? Brian's nodding. So
I would think some clear direction that has a majority of the council behind it would be very
Okay,
useful.
if you can look, okay, go ahead, Rachel.
Oh, all right. So we would like for staff to look at other municipalities for posting and other requirements. We also want them to explore how this will work with condominiums that may have multiple owners. Do we have any other problems?
Complexes with multiple buildings.
Complexes with multiple buildings. So where should this be posted? Should it just be on the street facing side by the entrance? If you've got multiple buildings, multiple street facing sides, do you just put one big one and then slap one on the door of every building? Okay, do we have other questions? All right, that's the motion. Oh, no.
Sorry, just with respect to what Shannon was asking for, I think she was asking for, is there something GIS can do to have something online that publishes a number, as an alternative or in addition to what we're talking about here? And then in addition to that, something about the minimums as well, and maybe that's the research into other locations. Is 5 the right number? It precludes all fourplexes, which is a barrier, that I'm sure most that we were thinking about, but is there any reason to up that number even more?
I'm fine with online being supplemented, but being online doesn't fulfill the purpose at all, in my opinion.
Okay, so my motion has been augmented by Dave Shipley. That's the motion that's on the table now.
Second.
So does that include the GIS online thing or?
Yes, that was
Okay.
part of
But we
Shipley's.
don't want strictly an online. That
No,
defeats the
No,
just
it's
an
just
exploration
supplemental.
for staff to look at that.
Yep. Okay.
All right, it's been moved, it's been seconded.
All right, let's vote. Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor Handley's excused, Counselor Ellsworth,
Yes.
Counselor Fillmore.
Yes.
I, McKay, say yes. Counselor Shipley,
Yes.
Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Thank you, Malia. All right, a discussion regarding property tax. And this will be given to us by Justin Harrison, our Council Executive Director.
All right, good afternoon, council. I cannot promise that this is going to save us any time, but that's all up to you. I'm sure you're all thrilled for an exciting discussion about property taxes on a Tuesday afternoon, but we'll try to go through fairly quickly. Just wanted to give a little overview on property tax and then jump into a couple of examples of possible rate scenarios that have been thrown out regarding recommendations specifically from the library board on an increase in property tax, as well as some general comments that have been given over the last 2 fiscal years from the council with regard to raising the general operations portion of the property tax for the city. So just quickly, some important dates to note. The county auditor has until June 8th to provide, in our case, the city or other municipalities, taxing entities, with their certified tax rates. So we do not have that currently. They're in the midst of putting those together, as well as putting together our citywide valuation, which we calculate those property taxes off of. So we're waiting for that information, and we'll have that available for our budget work meeting on the 13th. Before June 22nd of this year, tentative budgets and proposed tax rates or must be adopted and reported to the county auditor. So this is the deadline by which, in this case, the council has to adopt a proposed tax rate, whether that's the certified rate that's given by the county auditor, or if there's a decision by the council, which you'll see on the next bullet point, to change that tax rate and submit for moving forward to truth and taxation, should you choose. Next, through July of 2023, should you choose to move forward with the truth and taxation process, there's a number of publishing notices that'll go out to allow the public to know when those hearings will take place, and that hearing will take place after August 1st of 2023. This is really just a more detailed example of that list that we went over. This is published by Utah County and kind of gives a step-by-step of some of those publication notices. I won't run through this in its entirety, but thought it was educational, especially for the public if they're listening or watching. There's a number of resources on here that also shows where rates are published and just what the public can be looking for, as well as the statutory requirements that come with each of these steps. So just generally, Provo City property taxes consist of 4 items, there's 4 line items that make up the Provo City property tax bill. There are a number of others within that Utah County portion, including the school district, the county, a number of other things that thankfully we don't have to get into, but these are the 4 portions for Provo City. So the general operations portion goes to the general fund. The interest and sinking fund, or bonds, goes to pay off the city's general obligation bonds. And that rate is calculated based off of the principal balance of the city's general obligation bonds. As of June 30th of last year, the city's principal balance on those bonds was just over $94 million. The annual payment is just over $11 million. And the original issue amount was just over $132 million. The library portion, as I'm sure you can guess, goes towards the library. And the last portion is called discharge of judgment, which is something I was not familiar with, but thankfully we don't have any. But just so you know, in certain circumstances, taxing entities are allowed to recover lost revenues resulting from large reductions due to local and state appeals. When the state or county reduces the value of these properties due to an appeal or court order, the county is required to recalculate the amount of taxes originally owed by the reduced agency and refund any overpayments. This property tax, this money is then taken from each of the taxing entities' expected revenue from current property tax distributions. And if any entity is eligible to impose a judgment levy to recoup the funds, they must go through the truth and taxation process. So that is what discharge of judgment is. Please don't ask me to explain it because I do not fully understand it, but I'm sure we can make Ryan explain it. But just in its simplest terms, it's not a charge on the Provo City property tax bill, and it has not been on there for as long as I can look back over the last decade or so.
I can take that one really quickly if you want, just so people do know. That essentially means if the city got sued for $20 million and we lost, and we had to pay that $20 million, and the only way to pay it was by adding it to the property tax bill, that's the line it would go on when we would charge property taxes for the purpose of paying or discharging the judgment. That's what it's for.
That's interesting. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. So we'll jump into a couple of scenarios. The council heard from the library, as they did from all the departments in their budget presentations, and the recommendation from the library board was for a $100,000 increase each of the next 5 years to their budget. And so just running through a couple of different scenarios, and we can pull these up. We can go through a couple of options. Really, I want you to be able to ask any questions that you feel you'd like to at this point or next week during our budget work meeting. But just looking at this kind of simply, if you were looking at the average valuation of a Provo home, which is just over $450,000, you would look, if the council were to move forward with this recommendation for $100,000 in this fiscal year, you'd be looking at just over a $2.50 increase for the year on that home. Likewise, if you were to try to do this quicker than 5 years, you're looking at $250,000. That's $6.41 a year. And finally, if it was just one jump of $500,000, you're looking at nearly $13 based on that average home in Provo.
Councillor Whipple.
So the first year, if we do the $100,000, there would be an additional $257 a year. And then the next year we would need to up another $100,000. So it'd be another $250. So the increase for the 2 years would be just over $5. So it would be going up each year.
It would.
Well, it would be accumulating,
It would.
but each year it would only be a small increment.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure I understood that.
Michael, do you want to throw up that first spreadsheet for the library? So here's some of the modeling that we've put together. So basically, here is your 2022 property tax or assessed valuation for the city. So just shy of $10 billion. So we'll see that is the number that will be updated for 2023 that we're waiting for from the county auditor. So this is all close, but is based off of assessed values from the previous year. So this also doesn't take into account any new growth. So this is the current budgeted property tax revenue that comes into the library based off of the current rate. So just shy of, or just over $3.5 million. There is a cap to the maximum amount that can be levied on the library portion, which you see here in cell 7E. So your maximum property tax revenue would be just shy of $10 million. That's not to say that that's something the council is looking at, but to give you an idea, that is what that maximum would allow for, and that is what your additional revenue would be. So just over just over $6 million. To kind of bring this back into a little more perspective, again, average Provo household valuation of $453,000 and change. If you were to increase revenues to go from just over or just shy of $3.7 million to go to just shy of $3.8 million, you'd be looking at a $2.50 yearly change to this resident's property tax bill. And so with this, you're able to, this is something we're happy to share or go through in any way. Residents can change the valuation of their home, kind of it gives you an idea of what this would look like. Again, not exact, as we don't have those valuation numbers from the county auditor yet, but it's as close as we're going to get at this time. Go ahead, Councilor.
So that max limit allows us to do the 5 years at once, as you showed us in the previous slide?
It would. I mean, really, you're nowhere near getting there. And likewise, so these tabs here is just another example of.
Councilor Shipley.
Just real quick, I know we've got the library director here, so maybe we can defer to her as well. But am I representing this correctly, that we've had a reserve fund at the library for years now, since the new building was built, since this was allowed, this property tax was allowed to basically be a fund that would that would help maintain this building, this beautiful building that we have. And now the building's getting to a point where the renovations and everything are starting to come of age again, and there's additional costs associated with it. So we've been spending down this reserve fund that the library's had. And if we don't do anything, to your initial slide, the growth in Provo would project out at about a 1 to 1.5% increase year over year, because we adjust, down so that we all pay the same rate, or the same amount, excuse me, theoretically. And then growth of the city is what really gives us any additional funding from property tax. And that's fine if inflation would stay at 1 to 1.5%. But the reason we're having to spend down the sinking fund that we had there at the library is because inflation's not 1.5%. Cost of people and FTE and maintenance on this property is going to draw down this fund that we've had. So at some point we have to correct for that if we want to continue the quality, of what the library does for our community. And the question really is then, we have to account for this. We have to correct this at some point. Do we correct it at once? Do we correct it every year, and make a small adjustment each year? And my question is, does the middle option where we do basically double the ask, 2.5 times the ask, does that sufficiently fund through kind of adding to the reserve initially, with the excess beyond what they're asking, allow that money to go into PTIF or, an interest-bearing account? I guess my question is, does that sufficiently close the gap for the 5-year ask, or are we still coming up short in some way? Because if I just do quick math in my head, it gets pretty close to the same number over a 5-year period of time. And I'd rather go to the public once and say, look, we need to account for inflation. We need to try to correct this. We're going to come to you this time, and maybe we don't have to come back for 5 or 7 or 10 years because we can account and correct for this one time. But does it really account for that, and does it correct it?
That's a great question. So I will say to your first part, it's my understanding, but I'll defer to Ms. Gordon, who's here.
Okay.
And I don't know if John is still in the room as well.
He is. So John, feel free to chime in afterwards if you'd like. This is the library director.
Yes. If back when we made our presentation, it showed that we have about a $700,000 regular deficit for every budget we've had over the last 13 years. We never dip into our savings that much, because a lot of that is that money that we've set aside. We kind of set aside money for the building needing new things and
your capital improvements.
Yeah. So we've kind of been able to save up a lot of that. And so we haven't dipped in that much. I felt like if, from what I'm looking at the budget, that the 500,000 would hold us for a while, but you're still not covering that whole 700,000. We've been in the hole, but again, we haven't dipped in, trying to find that middle ground where hopefully it covers us for a while, but then we haven't raised it for the 23 years. So we have a healthy savings account still, but how low do we want that to get, and how often do we want to have to dip into it?
So sorry, just as a follow-up to that. So has the reserve gone down by 700 each year, or is that just kind of the planned deficit that you have based on maintenance that will need to happen with the building in the future?
That we had dipped into it 100 to, based on the numbers that I've seen, 100 to 300,000 a year, and it kind of has just fluctuated. But over the next 5 years, especially with the pay increases that we've had to do in the last year just to keep up with pay increases, again, the 500,000 over 5 years, I felt like wouldn't get us too far below that 50% of our total budget in our savings account, which is kind of what the library board felt was a safe number to stay at. So also, they felt like they wanted to do it slowly. They didn't want to ask you guys to make this huge ask of the residents. And so the ask was for slowly over a few years, which we feel like we can do. But if we got it all in advance, that would also solve the problem.
So maybe you can speak to, or John can speak to the in-between, right? Not the 500 funding up front, but the 250. It was on a different page.
Yeah.
Where we're going about halfway. You wouldn't it wouldn't be the same as getting fully funded, because that would, in my mind, be more than what, the board was asking for. The halfway would be about what the board's asking for, but over 5 years by pre-funding some of it, if that makes sense. Do the numbers get close, John or Carla, to what is needed over that 5-year period of time if we just do that half one time?
If you just did the half one time, I think we would come back within 5 years and need to ask for more.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Whipple. John is going to respond. John Borgett.
I just wanted to mention one thing that make sure the council's aware of. And as I bring this up, I think you'll remember it. But we also have over in the Provo Foundation, we have what's called the Library Legacy Fund. And there's $2 million in the foundation. And that money was set up. It kind of came from cost savings from the construction. And it also came from additional contributions. Anyway, that money is designed to deal with some of these capital needs and concerns that we've had. And so it's basically set up so that we don't touch the principal. We just take the interest that's earned off of that and we use that to help meet our capital needs. I will say that over the recent years, the interest has not been as high as we would like because the rates have been lower, but rates are getting better. And so that'll help us too. I'm not saying that that's there and we don't need to do what you're recommending as far as the property tax goes. But that is something just be aware of that we have. And it was a great thing that was thought of many years ago. The other thing I would say is if the council's interested in not going to truth and taxation on the library multiple times, then I think you could do it. But I also feel like the library board's recommendation of 100,000 for 5 years would also work based on where we're at on fund balance. So it's just up to the council. Just want to make you aware of those two things.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Okay, I think Justin can continue.
All right. Any additional questions on the library before we jump to the general operations portion?
Counselor Whipple.
Yes. So what we need to do is have an increase to get the 500,000 and a rate to get there, either all at once or over a period of time. But my understanding is whatever rate we put in, then we would leave it there. We wouldn't ever be dropping the rate back down afterwards. We need that going forward. Okay, I'm getting nods. So that's the response on that. But ultimately, at some point, we need to be at the higher rate. I think my only hesitation, well, there are lots of hesitations, but the one on doing the 100,000 is, of course, we can't bind future councils. And so there's no guarantee that if we do the 100,000 and say this is our intent, that would be carried out. On the other hand, I don't want to make people too angry by adding, another $10 to their tax bill. It seems like a small amount, but for some people that feels very significant.
Counselor Hoban.
Maybe I missed this. Do we know what the school board's doing this year for truth and taxation?
So I'm trying to remember from our joint meeting.
They said they're not doing anything.
Okay, because I was going to say it's not so much the $10 that they get mad about, it's that they think the $400 is us and it's actually the school board. So the fact that they're not doing something might make it a little more easy. It might make it easier. I can't speak English lately.
Okay, we're still 15 minutes behind. Go ahead, Justin.
Uh-oh. All right, Michael, if you want to jump back over to the slides, please. So in looking at the general operations rate, there were a number of requests to look at, and it was brought up in the last fiscal year as well as this fiscal year of we've seen, and Councilor Shipley alluded to this a number of times, above average inflation over the last number of years. And just the way that the property tax system is set up does not account for those inflationary increases. It accounts for growth, which if inflation is not at the levels we've seen in the last 2, 3, 5 years, can typically make up for. However, in the last number of years, it is not. And so just pulled out a number of different inflationary numbers across the United States, and then those for specifically the Western United States for the last calendar year in 2022, as well as the average over the last 5 and 10 years. And as you can see, in 2022, inflation in the United States was 6.5%. The average over 5 years, nearly 4.5%, and 10-year average, about 3%. When you look to the Western United States, it ticks up slightly higher, 7.4% in 2022, 5.18% over the last 5 years, and about 3.5% over the last 10 years.
Which states are included in that?
It is geographically roughly, I'm trying to think, split down the middle-ish. It's not quite to the Mississippi when you look at the states that the Bureau of Labor Statistics takes into account. Yeah. Thanks, Michael. So with that in mind, general operations portion, again, like I mentioned, accounts for the property tax portion that goes to the general fund in the Provo City budget. Again, looking at some of these modeled scenarios of taking an inflationary increase and assessing that towards an increase in property tax. We've got here a number of different scenarios laid out of what that would look like for an average home in Provo. Again, roughly $453,000. At 6.5%, you're looking at just over $7 a year. You take the 5-year average, $4.37, 10-year average of 3%, roughly, you're looking at just under $2.50. And then again, you have the numbers for the Western US slightly higher. And so with that, Michael, if we can pull up the other table for the general operations portion. There's a lot going on here, so I apologize. But if you look at the green highlighted cells, that will give you the dollar amount at the bottom of what the yearly property tax increase would be for, again, that average home value in Provo. And then in cell 15B, you're looking at what the net revenue increase would be. So what additional revenue would this bring in? So 6.5% increase would bring in roughly $340,000. So right now, property tax would bring in, and again, I'll state this with the caveat that this is used with valuations from 2022 because we don't have new property tax numbers from the county, which we will have next week. So we'll be able to update these. But right now, as of last year, budgeted revenue that came in from property tax was just over $5.2 million. This would bring in roughly just over $5.5 million. So you see the additional revenue it would bring in. And I don't want to belabor the point. We can go through a number of these tabs if it's your desire, but any questions? So we kind of jump into the general operations portion.
Can we just look at the 2.97% or 3% roughly? The third one over. And what did we decide was a new officer, all equipment, training, first year?
So that is, let me see if I have it handy. Just shy of $130,000.
So maybe this is the discussion we're going to, but you were going to talk about past comments and expectations for kind of a moving forward, at least what we thought we might do from a truth and taxation standpoint with property tax.
Sure. So this is really kind of that first kickoff for the council to have that discussion. I anticipate this will be maybe a lengthier discussion next week when we have that budget work meeting, but really intended to present this to kind of spur that discussion and thought. I feel like having not been here for the FY 23 budget presentations, but having watched them and then having gone through the budget presentations this cycle, the general consensus at least sounded like there was a desire to do something, but wasn't sure what, and wanted to just present as many options as possible. Happy to come back with additional options. I mean, this spreadsheet's fairly dynamic, so if it's next week in the budget work meeting, happy to just on the fly change some numbers and see where the council would like to go. That's an option. But any questions, any thoughts, any asks to come back with?
We are about 20 minutes behind, so I think next week will be good. But Dave, if there's anything else you want to make sure is on the spreadsheet and that you can see ahead of time, that we make sure that we're ready for that discussion next week, this would definitely be the time.
Quick question. What time is the budget work meeting starting next week? Because not all counselors know that this is happening.
It is on the calendar for 2:00. We are working on the start times, but.
Because there's a meeting afterwards that people need to get to?
Yes, at 5:00.
Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, that's a separate budget work meeting for next week and we're thinking about 2:00. Okay. So I don't have any other questions. I appreciate all the information. This gives us plenty to work from. I'll just plant the seed that my expectation with the property tax discussion each year was just to have a nominal, fairly consistent increase to help with public safety each year. The idea being that we don't usually have, sufficient budget to increase, the police count each year. This year I think we approved 2 officers, and I think the idea was that their airport revenue would justify that. But the idea is that the city grows at a pace and there's a need for additional public safety at a pace that the normal revenues of the city don't necessarily keep up with. And so we were thinking about doing truth and taxation and just at a nominal level to try to help with public safety. So my preference would be, out of these different options, I'll just plant the seed. My preference would be to have some nominal level that the public is expecting each year, and not to try to adjust it each year based on where inflation has been or where it might go. There were many years where inflation, according to what the government was telling us, was close to 0, right? 0.5%. But yet the real costs of the city weren't adjusting by that much. They were adjusting by more. So my thought would be, if we could do like 3% a year, approximately the cost of a new officer and their equipment each year, so that we can make sure and budget for some expansion of public safety and for the officers that we'll need as our city grows. That's my thought process with this process.
Thanks, Dave.
If I might, Madam Chairman, I want to be clear on the numbers. I think our focus and our justification for inflationary increase on property tax has consistently been for public safety. My understanding is that our police force still has a significant deficit in terms of the recommended number of police officers for purposes of national standards, or just our chief's expectation of doing the job right for our city as we continue to grow. He wants to maintain and improve the safety level here. And so if I'm right, a 5% increase for this coming year in the general fund property tax would yield about 2 officers. Is that right, Mike? If 130,000 per officer, 5% would get us close to 2 officers. Is that right?
Correct.
I just want to be sure I had that right. Thanks.
Okay. Any more questions for Justin? I'll save all mine for our discussion next week. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Justin. Malia, I am thinking that because we're exactly your presentation behind and that no administrative staff is included in that we just push it to another work meeting. Oh, thumbs up. Excellent. Okay, we are going to push the discussion on housing affordability and we are going to recess the Provo Municipal Council. If there's no objection, we will now recess and convene as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo Governing Board by unanimous consent.
Great. So we have 20 minutes. I think we have 20 minutes. So the purpose of this agenda item is that the RDA Governing Board has expressed a desire to discuss the strategy and the goals of the board. So this is intended only for board discussion. I'll take notes and I think the staff will take notes as well, but this is about overall strategy and goals. I'll turn it to you, board members.
So is there no preliminary presentation or?
No, there's no preliminary
wide open?
presentation. This is, yeah, it's pretty wide open. I can start with some ideas, and I've heard from board members that they'd like to see more strategy, more intention, more proactivity. So let me know if I'm misrepresenting you there. I think it would be good to, I mean, last year and this year, we've been trying to collect more data and information on the RDA and the functions of it. We had a good conversation with the school district that they can and should work independently of this body. Travis and I have had, as chair and vice chair, we've had a couple of conversations about this. I'll be interested in your thoughts. For me, part of the strategy looks like, what are we trying to accomplish together? What are the economic goals of this board? What are the economic goals of the council? And the RDA is not going to fill or fix or, fulfill that goal exclusively. But what is its role within those goals? So that's a bigger picture question that I think should be defined by this body, right? It's important for us to understand what we're trying to create, what vision we have for the city. Another thing I'll say is that other states have a little bit stricter requirements for how TIF is applied, right? So other states have a but if not, or what is it? But for doctrine, I should say, that you wouldn't get TIF unless your project couldn't pencil without it. There might, I've had conversations with board member Whipple as well, and she's talked about Center Street and downtown Provo as an area of focus. But my hope is that we do focus on those areas that have needs, but we create some kind of mutually agreeable characteristics and criteria that we could filter some of those areas through and understand this is how we're defining needs. Instead of being reactive, we would say these characteristics would best lead to positive outcomes, good projects, and the returns that we'd like to see in our community, and then apply it in a slightly more bounded way. So those are some ideas. Those are conversations I've had with a couple of board members. Travis, what would you add?
Well, I had the opportunity to watch the previous sessions. I was gone. Did I mention I was in Italy for 2 weeks? Sorry. And it was really enlightening for me to see Keith's presentation and hear council members' thoughts. I think where I'm coming into this is maybe just to summarize kind of what you were saying, to essentially say, I'm wondering if we can be more intentional with RDA, with RDA as a tool and more proactive. So in simplest terms, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I don't think we've been bad, at using our RDA. I think, Keith made some good points in a conversation we'd had with him that we've almost maximized our funds that we've had, available. So we're using it. We've done some good things with Qualtrics and, the medical school and the mix. And so, I'm not looking at us and saying, oh, we're doing, we're not using RDA effectively, or we're not taking advantage of, but, is there something is there an area of the city we need to look at and say, okay, let's be really intentional with this, as opposed to kind of reacting to what developers want to do, or some of these companies, these great companies that have been loyal to Provo want to do. Is there something else we can do? I'm not saying we're not doing the right thing, but let's take a look and see. Maybe there's more we can do. That's kind of my thought process.
Thank you. What else?
I think we've had a change of the guard, I guess, to speak on the administration side, right? So I think it'll be important to see Keith now as the interim RDA. I don't know if it's interim or permanent, Keith. I don't.
Interim director.
Okay, interim. He's busy enough, but I'd love to hear how the administration thinks that we should change things or address things from now on, considering that we've had a change of staffing. I think that for the first time, all 7 of us are thinking about the RDA and more educated on the RDA. And I think it would be great to keep up the communication as a board overall, that we can all be informed. And I'd like to get to a place where it's moving fluidly, and that we all know what's going on and we all feel informed. It's weird when I get a call from someone that wants to do an RDA and that they've been in discussion with the RDA and they tell me, and I didn't hear it before then. That's weird to me. So I would like better communication as far as knowing what's on the table, what's being looked at, what's a possibility. So I think it would be great to have the communication be more open and flowing right now to us as a board of all 7 at once. Councilor Shipley.
Oh, it's okay. I'll call on folks.
That's right. It's her job. Sorry. I apologize.
Board member Shipley.
So just speaking for myself, I guess the last few months thinking about priorities of the RDA and trying to create in my mind, what's the hierarchy of what we're trying to accomplish from the RDA. And I think there's some things that fit that box really easily for me in my mind. Like if we have blighted property, if we have property that has mitigating circumstances, if we have, that seems to be kind of a slam dunk opportunity for the RDA to focus on an area, to even own, property, to help improve it, to help, lack of a better term, just subsidize development, for a piece of property that will not be developed if we don't. That's an easy thing for me to get my mind around. Where the gray line, where it starts to get gray and hard for me, is where we start talking about trying to reward companies who have been good to the city, right? And there's got to be room for that. I just don't know where it is, and I don't know how we address that. I don't know how we fit that into a box of priorities, that we're trying to accomplish for the RDA. And maybe that's not the RDA's job at all. Maybe that's economic development, something completely separate from RDA. And I've just merged those in my mind for some reason. I think we've got a toolbox for both, right? And maybe I'm thinking of one big toolbox that the city has instead of doing what I should, which is probably segmenting that out and saying, now the RDA has a separate toolbox and it's got a separate goal, which is taking property that would not be developed otherwise and subsidizing that process and helping that process and improving different properties within the city. And then economic development their role is to absolutely do anything we can to reward companies who are being good to us as a city and have been good, partners with the city. And maybe both of those entities have a place. I don't know. I guess that's I mean, I feel like 3.5 years later, I should have this clear in my mind, and that's on me. But part of it's that, like Catrice mentioned, I think there's been a little bit of a disconnect too. And, when we have a business call us individually and say, hey, we've been talking to the staff about this opportunity for us to get tax increment or this opportunity for us to develop. And what do you think? And can we present to you individually? And it's kind of like, well, I don't know that that's how this is supposed to work. I think we as a board should be considering, opportunities as a board, right? As a group, not one off. I mean, they're welcome to talk to us, obviously, but it seems like it'd be much better run if we could review some of this stuff as a board.
Thanks. Board Member Whipple.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot because last year as a brand new counselor and board member, I was serving with you on the RDA board. And it was really difficult for me to get up to speed, to know what our projects were, what we were doing. And I really appreciated Keith for talking through a PowerPoint presentation saying, okay, these are the projects that we have. This is what we're doing. I think it would be really helpful to have something like that we get on a regular basis, kind of like the CIP report that comes on, something like that on our RDA, even if it's saying, this is identified, it's passive right now, but so that we keep all of these things in mind. Because it did feel to me, partly because I was in the learning curve thing, that we were just being reactive. And I had slightly more information as a member of the executive board than the rest of the counselors did, but that created, I don't know that saved any time, because you would talk through everything with us in the executive board meeting. And then I wasn't, this is my fault, I was not as good at communicating what I learned there to the rest of my board members. And there wasn't any kind of a document like this that was going to the board members. So then when it came to the board as a whole, the discussion had to be had all over again, which is not efficient for your time or for our time. So I think it would be useful to have those regular written reports to the entire board, but maybe just have everything come straight to the entire board so that we're always on the same page, so that we're always checking in. And that's a different discussion than creating a strategy. I want to reiterate what Board Member Shipley said, that you guys have been doing a really good job. You've brought us good projects. I don't feel that you've brought us anything that is wasteful or harmful to the city. But I feel like we have been derelict in our duty in being visionary and, helping guide any of the projects. And in that dereliction, you have stepped up and given us good things. So the city has continued to do good things, even though we haven't exercised vision in this area. And we couldn't, because we didn't know where we were first. Right. And so we're solving that first problem of information to know where we are. Now we can talk about where we want to go.
Yeah, Board Member McKay.
I like what Councilor Whipple just said. With our other committees, housing, neighborhood program, we've brought everything. We've gotten rid of our committees and brought it to the board or council as a whole. And I definitely think RDA is in a position where we're just getting educated on it. And I think it'd be a great thing to bring. I'd second what Whipple said as far as bringing it to the whole and getting rid of the executive board, such that we can get all up to speed and be educated the same and be informed. And then things may change down the road as we feel more comfortable. And like we have I love your idea of the CIP type update, quarterly or something. Things could change down the road, but I think at this juncture where we've got new staff on board with the RDA, and we are all, I think, pretty interested in figuring out how we can best be visionary with the RDA. This would be a good time to, I don't know what would be required, Brian, like changing the bylaws or something, but getting rid of the executive board and bring everything to as a whole for the time being.
Board Member Fillmore.
Thank you. This is all music to my ears. I felt for a long time like the RDA, such a useful tool for economic development, for affordable housing, for other things. And I feel it's been underutilized. So I'm loving hearing the words be more proactive or creative. And frankly, I think Keith Morey is the perfect man for that assignment. And even if it's just on an interim basis,
Thank you.
Based on what Keith has done in economic development, I think this is a really nice fit. And let's get some things going and maintain the momentum. I think the only concern I have with the RDA is that we do this in a way where we don't create this expectation or presumption on part of the developers that everybody's entitled to a TIF, right?
Yeah.
And so I like the idea of establishing some preconditions, some threshold, perhaps even by ordinance, that, we're not even going to consider TIF unless these preconditions are met. And just frankly, it'll save you a lot of time and headache, Keith, if we kind of pre-screen those applications. And I'm not saying we set the bar way high, because I think it's such a useful tool. We need to liberally consider it, but I at least have a minimum criteria before we even take it seriously.
Thanks. We only have 5 more minutes. Board Member McKay.
Doesn't the state currently give a requirement?
Yeah,
are
I mean,
minimums.
I'm
Yeah,
just
there are minimums.
kind of listening, but I have a bunch of different thoughts about that.
And we don't have a lot of time today, and this is meant to be a board discussion. So maybe we just talk about the minimums for a minute, and then we can go back to the board discussion.
Okay, you want me to answer, or you want me to wait?
If there was a question to the staff, let's do that. But I just want to make sure we're on time and meeting the needs of the board.
So I think the question that was asked was whether or not there's already criteria in state law, right?
Right.
Did you want to address that?
Yeah, I think there actually is very specific criteria in the state law. And that was my only comment is I think we can set additional criteria. But out of all the redevelopment tools that we have, tax increment finance is one of very few. And there are other states that provide other limitations on how tax increment financing is used. But in most of those instances, those states have quite a few other tools in their arsenal that they can use to incentivize projects. Utah is very unique. We're very fiscally conservative all the way around. And so this is one of very few tools we have. And so to restrict it further gives me a little bit of concern. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be thoughtful about it, but I would encourage you maybe to Mr. Fillmore's point that we're very cautious, very liberal about added restrictions so that we do have flexibility. Provo has a long history of losing businesses to other community. And this is one tool that I think that we can leverage to help stop that possibly. And I'd hate to see us restrict it and lose that opportunity. So.
Ask a question, Mr. Morey.
Sure.
Other states have other tools. And I suppose that those additional tools would have to be generated in the state legislature. Not something we can create on our own. We're limited to the authority granted us.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Right? Yeah, I think that it's also a reflection of states that have more money. I mean, Texas is notorious for being able to give huge incentives, but they've got huge tax oil revenue that we don't have. We just can't compete with that. And so for years and years, we've sold quality of life over being able to financially incentivize projects. So we offer a token incentive through tax increment, which was really, it's the icing on the cake. And we very delicately with a spatula apply it because it's about the only tool that we have.
Okay. I'm just curious if you could educate us at some point on those additional tools.
Sure, absolutely.
And if we felt strongly about one or more of them, we could approach our legislators.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. So just to summarize, and these are, I think, thoughts some of us had concurrently, is that there should be probably a monthly or quarterly report originating from the RDA staff. I think separate from that, I would also recommend to the council that there's an economic development report monthly, right? So whatever that is, that those are parallel because they're separate, but they're related. So if there were equal reports that were issued, that would be really helpful in painting a more consistent picture and having more fluid communication. Just on the topic of communication, I think we've all hoped for, asked for better communication. There's been times where I've been chair or vice chair, and I said, this please don't ask me any questions about this because I've never seen this RDA item before. And then there's other times where it has come to the RDA executive committee previous. So it's been pretty inconsistent. I think there's merit in creating consistency across all 7 board members, but also understanding the role of the executive committee. The mayor is a member of the executive committee, and how do we want to reshape or include that role? So the other thing I would encourage of council staff, if I don't know, I hope I'm not stepping beyond the boundaries here, but there probably ought to be a comprehensive list of current economic development policies that have been adopted by the Provo City Council. And then understanding is how is the RDA supporting those broader economic objectives, right? Do we have a comprehensive list of economic policies? And are those the policies that the Provo City Council wants that the RDA board would also support, right? So that's information I don't have, I think would start us on a road towards more strategic, proactive conversations. Yeah, I think that the RDA is just a piece of a broader economic development picture. So there probably should be more frequent and broader economic development policy conversations outside of the RDA board. So, yeah, board member Shipley.
Yeah, is it appropriate at this point to just say that, can we just propose that we have an opportunity in a work session with Keith, in conjunction with Keith, to talk through where we're at, where we think we're going, to kind of get a gauge of that near term? I guess I just feel kind of lost at like a next step without knowing a new person in the role.
I would say that the RDA chair could request on behalf of the board to the council chair that we have a council meeting about economic development objectives and policies. Is that what you're asking? I'm trying to think of
I was
the
thinking
right
more
way to jump
specific.
through.
Yeah, more specific to the RDA. So maybe I'm asking of you as the RDA chair, like, let's put this on the calendar again sometime to give more opportunity to the administration to communicate where they think they're at, where they're going. And then I can better assess as a counselor or board member, like, okay, here's where we're at. I feel like we're kind of in this in between, which is a great opportunity to kind of reset priorities and reset what we think we're doing as an RDA. But I'm anxious also to hear from the administration. This is a pivot point for them too. Like, we have different staff. So it'd be great to hear more and then assess where we go from here, I think.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is in the future, we would have a presentation and a conversation about like current conditions of the RDA, where we're at.
Sure. And help us interpret for us from the administration's perspective where we're going with the RDA at this point. So I think they probably have some, pretty clear goals and vision for the RDA. And I'd love to hear that now that there are new people in those chairs. And I think once I hear that as a board member, I can kind of better assess, like, okay, here's my role, and here's what we can do to influence what the administration is doing on a day-to-day basis.
Gotcha. Yeah, board member McKay.
Thank you. In line with that, Councilor Shipley, I would like to make a motion that we change the bylaws such that we can start by having our RDA meetings as a collective board of 7. So I think that would require getting rid of the executive board for now, but I think that'd be a great start to us getting a full understanding as a board of RDA and working with the administration and all being informed and moving ahead as efficiently and wisely as possible.
Can I ask a question on that?
I think we need a second, and then we would need a conversation on the motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, that would be a board of 8, right? Including the mayor technically on the redevelopment.
Yeah. Well,
board.
Yeah, I think we have some
That's
questions.
just the
about
executive
that.
committee, not the board.
Are we dissolving that?
Yes, and the mayor is not a member of the board, of the governing board. She is the chief executive officer of the agency.
Yeah.
She's a member of the executive committee, and there's really kind of probably a couple ways to do what board member McKay is suggesting, in the sense that the duties of the executive committee are not really very well defined or even very expansive. Basically, all it says is the duty of, it's the responsibility of the executive committee to keep informed about the day-to-day operations of the agency. That's basically all it says. So there's actually nothing in the bylaws that says topics have to go to the executive committee
Correct.
before they come to the entire board. So there's, one option is make a motion that says, we as members of the board ask staff to bring every item that's up for future consideration to the committee of the RDA governing board from now on, right? Another option is to say, well, if we're going to do that anyway, we think the executive board doesn't really serve a purpose, because that, at least in our mind, was its former purpose. So one option is to amend the bylaws to get rid of the executive board and just say we only operate as a committee of the whole, and everything
That's 7.
Yeah, which is just 7 members. And so either one of those works. I guess the other thing to think of that I was going to make a comment about board member Shipley's comment at the end is, I think it's important for the board to remember that in practice, they operate in much the same way as the council does. So anytime you're having a discussion as a board and there's something you want to have happen, probably the best way to make sure that gets memorialized and happens is to make a motion to say, what I would like to happen is for a future work session to come back and for this to be given, or what I would like to happen is for a request to be made of the agency director that they bring a monthly report to us. And those kind of motions would be much appreciated by staff, by both administrative staff and council staff, as far as understanding what the board actually wants.
So I'm happy. I think we need to amend, I know we need to amend the bylaws regardless, because we need to update the address. And I think we were going to do that in a July meeting, the first or only July meeting. If we want to, I don't know if you want to make a motion or you just want to direct the chair and vice chair to come back with language that either, I would say, eliminates the executive committee or adds language that says all applications are basically the intent of what board membership or McKay said, that all applications would come to the full board. And that has been happening, just inconsistently, right? Things have been very inconsistent. So we can do that. I would operate under that assumption, whether we change the bylaws or not right now. And there's other things I would tweak in the bylaws as well. I don't know if you want to review the bylaws over the next few weeks and then send me notes, and we need to amend them anyways in July. So think about that. And then do we need, we can take a motion on having monthly or quarterly reports, or again, we could integrate that into the bylaws as well. So you have a motion, there's no second. Oh, okay. And the motion was to eliminate the executive committee.
Brian, I'm happy for you to educate me on the best wording for that.
Well, I don't know if this was board member Whipple's question, but I wanted to understand a little bit more about what the intent was. If the intent is get rid of the executive committee because it seems like it's a filter or just an unnecessary step, and you just want everything to come, then that motion is, if that's the motion, then the motion is just to amend the bylaws to get rid of the executive committee. That's very easy. If it's more nuanced about what your real goal is to act as a committee of a whole, whether the executive committee continues to exist or not, then we may need some guidance on what you're.
I think it's just right now to have everything, my suggestion is to have everything come to the committee as a whole, or the board, every time right now, that we can all stay on the same page and as informed and help guide, where this goes long-term as we develop new processes.
So I have a quick follow-up to that then. If the intent is to have us address everything as a board, am I missing something that would be the additional value add of having an executive committee meeting quarterly and having the mayor with a small group of, board members meeting? I mean, is there something, are there going to be unintended consequences of stopping that process for this new process, I guess?
That's a good question. I'd love to hear from Keith and Shannon if they think there's downsides to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
Well, I think historically, one of the reasons why you've eliminated the other committees is because there were issues with making sure that the council as a whole heard all those issues that maybe a committee might be working on, and there seemed to be redundancy. And I think there's probably the same issue with having an executive committee of the redevelopment agency. My other concern is I would hate to see it act as a filter. When we're all on the same page, I think it potentially works exactly the way you might want it to. That committee could maybe hear items and determine whether or not they were mature enough to come before the full RDA board. Hypothetically, if you ever ended up in a situation in some future year where maybe you were misaligned or where there's more division in the council and the executive committee, I think you run the potential of having an executive committee that for whatever reason isn't forwarding items to the full RDA board that you might want to have in front of you. And I think that's an unhealthy risk that's not worth having on the table. And I don't think that there's enough of an advantage to having the executive committee to make it worth that risk. So that would be my comment.
I'm going to respond to this. There's been many times where I open the agenda on Sunday night, 2 nights before we meet, and there's an RDA agenda item, and I was never notified. The chair, vice chair was never notified. It's the first time they've seen it. So we need to fix those communication issues. If there's an application that is ripe, that is prepared, then the chair and the vice chair need to know, and they need to notify staff to put it on the agenda. And that function would not go away. So the chair and the vice chair would still meet with administrative staff in order to organize for appropriate applications, right? It shouldn't be a surprise to the RDA chair next year when there's an RDA item. And there's been instances where the chair of the council knew for months or weeks, and the chair of the board never knew. So those miscommunications haven't helped us. But if the executive committee goes away, that doesn't, to me, I'm fine either way, because there was never a filter. And it was always, I think the issue stems from inconsistent communication. And whether or not there's an executive committee, the chair and the vice chair still have to coordinate very closely with the staff to execute applications appropriately.
Yeah, agreed. And a good thing is that with the council agenda coming to all of us, there's strict rules about that, right? We've really cracked down on when stuff has to come to staff to get on the board. And there couldn't be that last minute thing without you being informed and you being
that's already happened
it before.
Like this year, right? So it's happening.
I'm saying if we had everything come here as opposed to just the executive board agenda.
No, I don't think that would resolve it. There's nothing that's coming to the,
well, we have new administrative staff, so we don't know. And we do have strict rules, right, Justin, when things can be put on the agenda and.
Well, that may be something that we need to work on in the bylaws, because those strict rules apply to the council. They don't necessarily actually apply to the
great.
To the RDA governing board, and they probably should.
So that's something we can just duplicate in the bylaws.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be updated in the bylaws.
I agree with what Chair Ellsworth was saying, that really, and it's kind of some of it is institutional carryover from the days when the chair of the council and the chair of the board used to be the same person. And I think council staff, not to throw them under the bus because it's not something that they're doing wrong, but I think we've never implemented protocols that when council staff becomes aware of an RDA item, they actually should contact the chair of the board, not the chair of the council, about that item being on the agenda, right? And just as one last follow-up, I guess, I've got the microphone to go back to Councillor Shipley's, our board member Shipley's question about unintended consequences. I would say, and this goes right along with what Chair Ellsworth was just saying, doing away with the executive committee in no way prevents the agency CEO or the agency director from speaking with the the agency chair or vice versa, and getting information or sharing information. So I don't think there's really any downside of doing that. And really the only upside of keeping it is if there is some specific purpose that that committee is supposed to be serving that you want to continue.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
Board Chair. So from what I've heard so far, I don't hear a unique purpose of the executive committee beyond what we can potentially solve on an ongoing basis through a monthly communication report that keeps us all up to date on what's happening. And also potentially some kind of regular, let's hear from the RDA, that we could do in a work session together on a quarterly basis. So take that executive committee meeting on a quarterly basis and just make it a normal rotation in our work meetings, to be able to look at those 3 reports that we've just gotten and have a conversation as a board about those. And so I don't know if what I'm saying is it gets rid of the executive committee structure, but as far as the meetings, I guess I'm still looking for that unique, what were we accomplishing on a quarterly basis that we can't do if we just had good communication with the council?
So just some context, until I think it was earlier this year, we changed the bylaws. And prior to that, we were supposed to meet every month. The executive committee was supposed to meet every month. And the administration recommended changing that to quarterly. And that's what the board did. There's one outlier in my mind, Brian, when you're ready.
You can throw a piece of candy at it.
Hey, Brian, sorry. No, I just have a.
Sorry, I was
You're
conferring
just
about some
fine.
of the
No,
questions.
I haven't gotten to the question, but in my mind, the first year when I was on the board, I was the vice chair. And I remember that myself and Chair Sewell and Mayor Kafusi, the only time that we met kind of to make a decision or a recommendation outside of the full board was that there was a response to like an RFP or RFQ. And we were creating we were voting on it because that body today per the bylaws is a voting group of 3. So tell me what that, you may not remember that exact instance, but what is the purpose? What purpose did that serve? And why did we take it to the executive committee, if you know, versus the full board?
Well, again, I would liken that to instances where council leadership is making decisions, for instance, hiring decisions or protocol decisions about, we don't, again, just thinking by analogy for the council, if the council needs to hire somebody, they don't typically have the posting reviewed by the entire council, right? Leadership works with the executive director and they get the posting out. So I think that, but again, I think that purpose is served by the chair and the vice chair, whether the executive committee exists or not. It's not actually clear to me from the bylaws that the mayor does get a vote. And I'm not even sure what that necessarily means because I don't know, because as you were just saying, I don't know what kinds of things they vote on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what the bylaws say is that the mayor is a member of the committee, but then it has a line in it that says, if there's more than one vice chair, the other vice chairs don't get to vote. That's not actually clear whether that means that that's a standalone sentence or if it means everybody but them gets to vote.
Okay.
So I guess in my mind, again, doing away with the executive committee doesn't necessarily change anything because if there is the type of administrative action, but by administrative meaning an administrative action of the board, not of the agency, that needs to be taken, like approving a letter, a letter going out or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that can be done by the chair and the vice chair, respective of whether the executive committee exists or not.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
It does. And it just tells me we need to clean up our bylaws quite a bit. So I don't know. I don't want to undermine the motion, but I think that we do want to probably remove the executive committee and then better define the processes and as well as the roles of the chair and the vice chair. I think we need to change the meeting cadence and a handful of things in July.
There's lots of things to change. I think this is just like the start where we make this change and then we can follow up from there, all the other things that we need to do.
Okay. So, sorry, Board Member Whipple.
I've been writing notes. I've got many questions. Okay, first
How
one,
much time do we have? Sorry.
negative time.
Negative time. We were supposed to be out at 4:30. 4:45. Oh, okay. Well, let's hear your comments and then we're going to take a vote.
Okay, first off, unintended consequence. Is there any sensitive real estate conversations that would happen in an executive meeting that we wouldn't want to have at a meeting of the whole, or would we just do closed meetings to deal with that? So that's not a problem.
Correct.
We've got a solution for that. The other thing is that right now it says that things can be brought as requested by the chair or otherwise requested by a majority of the board. We don't currently have a mechanism for the majority of the board to make that request. Right now, in the council side, we've got our little issue tracker that you've got to get people to log on. So I think we would need some sort of analogous function like that in order for board members to bring things up.
A process definition.
A process definition. The other thing is we did cut down our meetings because there's really not much going on. I think as we do our strategy and re-envision things, having more regular meetings as the board will be good because that way we can touch base and see how we're accomplishing our strategy if we're making progress. Like by having a vision, then we actually have a reason for meetings instead of saying, you know, everything's floating along, because that everything floating along meant none of us were really very engaged or informed. And then when it came time to make a decision, we didn't have the necessary context to make good decisions.
Yeah.
I think the decisions we made were good because we had good advice from staff who'd been working on it, but we independently did not know that it was a good decision. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay. So we're going to call for a vote on the motion. Do you want to repeat the motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we change the bylaws such that we get rid of the executive committee.
Okay.
Does that cover it, Brian?
And that was seconded by Board Member Fillmore. And we'll now take a vote. So starting with Board Member Hoban.
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Handley is excused. Board Member Fillmore.
Yes.
All right. Board Member McKay.
Yes.
Board Member Shipley.
Yes. Sorry.
Board Member Whipple.
Yes.
Okay. And Board Member Ellsworth will vote yes. So that is unanimous with 6 people voting and 1 excused. Okay. To summarize, we can bring back some recommendations in addition to that on the bylaws from what we've heard here. And then we'll also work with the RDA administrators to execute better communications for the board. And we'll start there.
And I would just like to clarify that we don't have the text of the bylaws as it will be to vote on. What we're voting on is indication or direction that we are changing it to remove this. Do we need to give additional instruction that we also want to make other changes to the bylaws or explore those? Because we already know we need to change the address, but that's.
What I am considering, or what I've been saying is that we've heard what's been said today, and we could bring back recommendations, and those could be voted on in a different RDA board meeting per the conversations that we've had. Certainly updating the address, updating the process on how something's put on the agenda, things like that. So. The chair and the vice chair will, yes. Yes. Yes,
Now,
yes.
you have access to Brian, who can help with that. Do we need to assign?
He has an attorney assigned to support the RDA.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Mary can help you with that. And I'm happy to be involved as well. And so I think to answer Rachel's question, from my perspective, if there are already things that the majority of the board knows that they want in, then great, you can make those motions today. Otherwise, I think the chair indicated that she's been kind of keeping a list and has a bunch of ideas. And so she can take those to Mary, and a revision can be brought to you. And if there are things missing, you can move to add them at that time. And of course, you're always welcome during the interim, because not everything final decisions have to be made in these meetings, but emails, lists of ideas to the chair with copies to legal so we know what the ideas are welcome in the interim so they can be discussed while we're preparing drafts.
Yeah, and then our staff has a comment. Sorry. So that's a good question. We need to refine our services agreement, right?
Yeah, have you seen the draft of that yet?
Yeah, so that was distributed to the board, and Travis and I agreed that we would put that on the next agenda.
Okay.
So we'll recirculate that, and it will be in the packet. But the question is who's making those recommendations at this point? And we can.
Well, and my personal opinion on that is that in the same way that the council staff supports the council as a legislative body, it makes sense to me that council staff through the services agreement provides those same type of services to the governing board.
Okay.
Through the services agreement, but that's something that the board can decide. And
Yes.
part of the reason why I say that makes sense to me is because the same separation of powers still exists. So the board actually has some control over that set of employees and doesn't have
Right.
control over other employees.
Right.
So,
Okay. We appreciate that, Brian. Thanks for your help. Thank you, Keith.
Yeah.
Thank you, board, for that discussion. And we will have many more. Another one in June, another one in July. So if there's no objection, we will adjourn the redevelopment agency meeting and convene as the Provo City Municipal Council by unanimous consent.
If there's no objection, we will now. Okay, sorry. Okay, the municipal council will now consider a motion to close the meeting. A closed session has been requested. It'll be presented by Brian Jones, our council attorney.
my understanding is that there are two topics for presentation. One that has to do with character and competence of an individual, and another that has to do with strategy regarding a real estate transaction. Those are both acceptable reasons for closing the meeting under the code, so it'd be appropriate for a motion at this time.
A motion, please.
Move to close the meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, we will do a verbal vote. Counselor Hoban?
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Counselor Whipple?
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Fillmore? Yes. Counselor Shipley?
Yes.
That is unanimous consent. When the council is in the pre-function room and the recording has been started, we will convene the closed meeting. Okay, never mind. I don't need to say anymore. George is excused, and I've said too much. Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Record.